Wild things, I think I love you, but I wanna hunt some more. I hate that new Meg fight. My rep grew. Hello and welcome to the Kongversation. I'm Hyle Russell.
I'm Jeff Onan. That little song riff is actually related to the Donkey Kong universe.
It is. Now, you might be thinking, why is the Donkey Kong podcast doing a reference to the April 1966 hit single from the Trogs, Wild Thing? Seems a little out of character for the Donkey Kong podcast.
It does.
But we have our reasons.
And we don't have to tell.
I prefer the mystery.
But we're gonna.
I prefer letting people figure it out through context clues, because then they feel smart and rewarded.
Yeah, just figure it out. Piece it together. You know, when we force our audience to piece things together, they always do. They find our missing episodes.
Yeah. Like, it's true. Nobody has found the missing episode of the Kongversation Season 6 yet. And the first person to do so and add us on, well, Blue Sky. It used to be Twitter. We waited so long for this mystery to be solved, we had to change social media platforms. But, you know, they'll get an autographed copy of the Sea of Thieves #1 comic book. The first Sea of Thieves #1 comic book. There's been several #1s since then. One-shots even. But, yeah. No, we are discussing the recently completed Sea of Thieves Season 15. You made me feel guilty. I realized that no, our audience won't be able to figure it out because I leave poor clues. So, Sea of Thieves Season 15, it wrapped up on May 22nd. So, just last week. Now, this is one of those topics that in regular conversation times, in traditional slow news periods, an episode like this would just sustain us as the episode of the Kongversation for that week. We would all talk about it, and we'd all then move on with our lives. But, Jeff, the Switch 2 is coming out next week. Can you believe that?
Switch to what? Switch to what? Sorry.
It's good. No. So, we are in the crunch time, and I don't mean the Diddy Kong Racer, because if we were in the crunch time, we would be last, because he's slow. But we have to start rapidly clearing out some episodes that, you know, are just on our docket, that all of a sudden there's no time to waste, because they're going to quickly become irrelevant in the weeks ahead. And contrary to what many of our listeners might think, we have Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong Bonanza, and I guess the fire that's just rapidly spreading at Playtonic right now. We have all those topics, but I would still very much like to discuss Sea of Thieves Season 15, because I feel like this season of Sea of Thieves was more attuned to what I like about Sea of Thieves, what I like about video games, than maybe some of the preceding and subsequent seasons. I don't know. We'll talk about Season 16 when it happens. But, you know, Sea of Thieves, by the way, very important. It's a video game by Rare Limited that is part of their shared universe. And that shared universe we have defined as the Donkey Kong universe, because it can be traced back to Donkey Kong Country, a 1994 video game that is the readily identifiable starting point for all of this.
That's true, and I'm glad that for the first time on a Sea of Thieves episode of this podcast, you've explained that.
Yeah.
So now they get it. Now they're on board.
You made me realize that our audience maybe can't pick up on my very subtle context clues. And so I really just have to be more blunt when I talk.
Earlier, you cut me right off when I wanted to make a reference to Donkey Konga, because the song Wild Things by the Trogs, great song, by the way, that song is in the game Donkey Konga. So it's DKU for two reasons. It's DKU by way of Sea of Thieves, the video game, and it's DKU by way of Donkey Konga on the Nintendo GameCube. What a game. That really sums up how joyless and awful that video game is if you just imagine the song Wild Things by the Trogs, but it's being played on like a monotone plastic bongo.
That's right. Yeah.
It's fun. Sometimes you clap your hands.
You go pan, pan, which, by the way, is a great t-shirt available right now at dkvine.com/merchandise. But, you know, I don't want to plug the t-shirts right now.
What?
Because, as I explained to you before, they sell themselves, Jeff. They sell themselves.
I don't know how long you can keep that story going. At some point, you should try to sell them, but let's let it ride.
Fair enough. But I would like to plug one more time, at the very least. Maybe I'll do it some more. But the new video on DK Vine's YouTube channel. It's called The Donkey Kong Universe, exploring Diddy Kong Racing's enduring legacy. So we had some laughs about how Sea of Thieves connects back to Donkey Kong Country. But I do actually lay it out in very clinical, cold terms. No, it's full of warmth and merriment and color. But yeah, for 75 minutes, I explain the conceit behind Rare's shared universe. And you can watch it right now. It's on our YouTube channel, dkvine.com/YouTube, or Reversey.
YouTube.com/DKVine.
That's right. Thanks for spelling it out. Context clues. I forgot.
Yes. Okay. It's the same it's the same forwards as it is backwards. It's a palomino.
You like that joke. I feel like that's not the first time you've made.
That's true. I only have 9 jokes, but let's move on before we repeat another one.
Also, we live stream these episodes for our $5 and up patrons.
I thought you were going to say we live stream these for our 5 patrons.
Well, maybe after this episode, it'll drop a bit. That'll be more true. But hello, we're recording this a little off schedule. We're recording this midweek, in the late afternoon because I'm doing. Jeff, you'll be part of some of these, but we're doing 2 episodes of the Kongversation a week in the build up to Stinky Ape Summer, which will kick off the week of is it June 8th? With the big Xbox showcase.
My God, that's official video game week.
Official video game week. And yeah, there's different terminologies depending on which carnival barker you are since the fall of E3.
And they're all canon. But we do have in our live stream chat, we've got, let's see, hello March Rose 2011. So they said, hello, Hyle and Jeff. Well, thank you for that. There are so many dozens of more comments. This is a weird time of day for us to record. So normally we have somewhere in the tens of thousands of viewers. Right now, all we've got in our live stream is only the ones of thousands of viewers. The high ones of thousands, high ones like 8s and 9s, but still the ones. So, but you could be ones of thems if yous gets on patreon.com, become one of our subscribers, and you could watch this live and leave us comments, and sometimes we'll read them and sometimes even react to them.
I have to say, it's a little bit humbling that we don't have, upwards of close to 1 million people in our live stream right now, because I'm so used to that adrenaline rush, that little ego stroke, that having something a little bit more manageable and realistic brings me down to earth. And, sometimes I need to feel the soil beneath my feet. Yeah.
I mean, I was petitioning hard for Pope, and once again, didn't get it. So I know how you feel.
Yeah.
But and Hyle, I do have one little thing to bring up before it gets forgotten about. I'm Jeff on the Kongversation, and Jeff on the Kongversation has a a mission. He has a life's creed every episode of season 13 of this podcast, where he's gonna tell people. No, he's gonna warn people. He's going to alert people about one thing that is scary, because season 13, that's a scary number. So I thought I have to use my platform, I have to use my voice to tell him about something scary. So I'm going to do that.
Last time, the scary thing was you introducing a game right in the middle of the podcast that I didn't know about. Mitchell didn't know about it. You introduced a game, and as I established, I don't like games. I don't know what I'm doing with my life, but I hate games. I hate being spontaneous. I hate thinking on my feet. And so I'm hoping what's scary this time around doesn't require any of that.
Yeah, the one thing we know about Hyle is that he hates games and he hates English rock bands from the 1960s.
That's right.
And somehow he's dedicated quite a portion of his life to those things. But
made a few wrong turns.
Yeah, well, sometimes that happens. Well, the scary thing this week, I try to do a little research for these because it's very serious. It's very important. But I didn't have a lot of time. So I had to scramble to think of one really quick just before the stream. And I did. I did come up with one, okay? So here's the scary thing for this episode, which is the season 15 episode of Sea of Thieves on the season 13 of the Kongversation podcast, which is a podcast about Donkey Kong, but also sometimes Sea of Thieves. Here it goes. One scary thing from your co-host, Jeff. Did you guys know that if you look at any album art for any album by the duo, the singer-musician duo, John Ford Coley and England Dan, or England Dan and John Ford Coley, if you look at any album art for those two guys, and if you just quickly glance and you didn't look too close, if you just kind of side-eye it and you see it out of the corner of your eye, you could look at that and you could accidentally think that those guys are the Toolbox Killers. So now you know, you've been warned. That's your scary thing for the episode.
Wow. I like how we're also not only expanding people's conception of what a Donkey Kong universe could be, but we're also leading them to discover great old bands or musicians that they ordinarily would just overlook because it was 60 years in the past.
Yeah, not just that, but also serial killers.
Serial killers as well, yeah.
Yeah, it's all tied in, like a interconnected universe is. So, Hyle, now that that's out of the way,
yeah. Speaking
of an interconnected universe, we do have to talk about Sea of Thieves, the video game, and its 15th season. It's quinceañera. It's a quinceañera.
Oh, yes. And yet they added no piñatas in this, and
what in the fuck?
I know.
Oh, you're right.
I tried to smash those jellyfish, and I just went right through them. I didn't get any candy.
You didn't get any candy, but you did get a really cool tag name for the season. The season has been given a little name that's very cool, and it references the Trogs. We like that. It makes us think of the film...
Wild Things.
No. Yes, it does. But also, what's the baseball one with Charlie Sheen? Is it Minor League? What is it called?
Major League.
Major League. The sequel is called Major League 2, Back to the Minors.
Back to the Minors,
is that
right.
what it is? Right. But isn't it the case that Charlie Sheen is called the Wild Thing, and then every time he comes out to pitch, they play Wild Thing over the stadium speakers?
They do. Yeah.
All right. Well, and doesn't that just sum up this season?
It really does. No, I have a feeling someone at Rare liked the threesome scene from Wild Things. They used to watch it on whatever the UK equivalent of Cinemax is back in the 90s, just on repeat, and they thought, God, I'm horny. and they went with this name. I don't think it's a Trogs reference because it's plural. It's not just Wild Thing.
Yeah, the Trogs could never conceive of more than one Wild Thing, because it was just the late 60s. There had not yet been advancement enough. You know, these things, you get a quantum leap. There used to be a Wild Thing. Now there's Wild Things. In the future, there will be, well, I don't know what's next. But what's next is, I should explain whatever this is. How many minutes into this are we? We're only 18 minutes in, or 15 or somewhat. But this season of Sea of Thieves was all about the Hunter's Call Trading Company. The Hunter's Call are the trading company in Sea of Thieves that, up to this point, were sort of the side activity, the black sheep, small mini trading company. And this is the season that said, well, you know, what if we took that trading company? I don't know what this. What if we took that trading company and I don't know what that character is, but they said, what if we fleshed it out and expanded it to match the rest of the trading companies, match the Gold Hoarders, the Order of Souls, and the Merchant Alliance.
Yeah.
And that is kind of the goal of this season.
Long overdue, because it felt like while the other trading companies got their little glow-ups, you know, they expanded the amount of reputation you could get for them, initially to 75 and then to 100, and then you can go beyond that into like the distinctions, and you can get little rings, and basically they added all these accoutrements and advancements for the original trading companies, and then they just let the Hunter's Call sort of stagnate as this very perfunctory thing, capped at 50. You didn't have anything in the way of voyages or really anything to do other than sell fish and meat and maybe gems to the hunter reps at the various sea posts across the Sea of Thieves. And it's been a shame because, yeah, so many of us have been capped at level 50 for the Hunter's Call for a long, long time. And it's one of the things I engage with the most. Yeah, the vegan does the Hunter's Call, but there's something really relaxing about just mindlessly fishing in Sea of Thieves. And you also get that little bit of the Pokemon aspect, the gotta catch 'em all. In this case, literally, you're trying to get all the various fish, all the regional fish, all extremely rare fish. And while that is still engaging and that still drives you, when you are capped at 50, it also feels like you're kind of wasting your time.
That's right. And I did want to add, completely unrelated to that I have bad news for Jeff, but potentially great news for the quality of this episode of The Kongversation. And that is that I have a beer, but I've just realized that I do not have a bottle opener nearby, and that this beer is not a twist off top. So, unfortunately, I'm going to be coherent for this one. Pour one out for Jeffo. Pour one out for old Jeffo, and we'll try to cope. But no, I agree, Hyle. It feels like it's been overdue to expand this. And I'll say that when you talk about expansion, you say, okay, well, the max level is 50. It should be higher. That really only delays that problem, because if the max level was 75 or 100, you would reach that too. And of course, they've added the distinction system, which is, I have said on the podcast before, for people for whom this reference makes sense, that is a quote-unquote prestige system, like in the video game franchise Call of Duty, which kind of invented this type of reputation level up format that this game uses. And that is the idea that once you've hit the max level, you could choose to go back to the first level and go up through the whole level again. That's what distinctions are. That, again, also just delays the problem, because if you play the game enough, you still could hit max prestige, or in this case, max distinction. Really, the crown jewel of this whole thing is the emissary ledger system. Because the emissary ledger system, which the other trading companies have all been enjoying for months upon years, but the Hunter's Call have never been able to have emissary ledgers. Emissary ledgers are great because you cannot hit the max. It's a new ledger every single month. So that's a great motivating factor. If you feel like climbing the ledger for that month for that company, that's great. You have a goal to work towards. And then at the start of the next month, you're right back to a new ledger. You're back to zero score. It's basically a monthly leaderboard.
Yeah.
If we're talking like arcade score parlance. That is a great system because you never hit the max. It starts over every single month. And that is what I'm more excited about when it comes to the levels and the reputation and all of that stuff with regards to the Hunter's Call.
Yeah, I agree, but also I will probably never reach max distinction on any of these companies because I don't play the game every day like some weirdos out there. You know, I play mostly once a week and usually for our Sunday stream. So for me, it's just exciting. You know, you made the joke several Sea of Thieves episodes ago, and it's not an original joke, but it stuck with me in your own cadence. Number go up, smiley face. And
Number go up, smiley face. It's a classic.
There's something satisfying about watching that number go up again for the Hunter's Call. And I just think about all the amounts of numbers that could have gone up had the reputation not been capped at 50 for so long.
You're suffering from number go up regret.
I am, but I will make do. You know, I'm not one to lament the good because I didn't get the perfect.
Damn, that is some advice. So everyone write it down and think about it. Think on it, because the Kongversation podcast is really an introspection on the human spirit, the human condition. So
I like
got that going.
Yeah.
It's basically that and Trogs references.
Yeah. And I guarantee there are very few video game related podcasts that will give you both.
Yeah, we're a class of one. So in addition to, I loathe to use this word, although I really don't. I only loathe to use it in front of you because you hate it.
Oh no.
There are immediate objectives in front of you in a game, but then there is like a background layer of objectives that are sort of outside of the game. They exist in a realm that we call the metagame, progression systems, and Hyle doesn't like it when I say meta.
No,
but I'm
fuck
but
you,
I've said
Zuckerberg.
It. All right, well, I don't like him either. It's not an endorsement, but these sort of meta concepts, you know, how high can my level go? Can I prestige it? Can I get distinctions? All of that. Those are not the only things that they've added to the Hunter's Call. Those are like background, high level progression systems. But just expanding the progression systems is not enough. You need to also expand what you can do in it. What is the whatever the plane of existence that is below meta? Regular, normal. What is the core of it?
Baseline.
That those the baseline core that those meta things serve, and in that baseline core, you've got the fact that, well, hey, now you can go on raid voyages for the company, which is kind of a tangential thing, but it still matters. A raid voyage in Sea of Thieves is where you want to dive to a world event like a skeleton fort, for example, but you're going to do it on behalf of a trading company. You're going to get loot that is directly serving that trading company. And in service of that new feature, now that you can do that for the Hunter's Call, they have added new loot items that are exclusive to the Hunter's Call. Before, there was no loot items for the Hunter's Call. There was only fishes and maybe
meats.
a pig meat. Maybe a fish and a pig meat. And a snake head and a chicken butt. Those were all of the things. And maybe shark. But now you could get a crate of hooks or a crate of shark's teeths.
Okay, this sounds dumb, but I really do admire the outside the box thinking of how can we break down the concept of treasures for a company, a group of people who only care about barbecuing. And
right, yeah.
They came up with some fun workarounds, like a box of hooks, or like here's some squid eyeballs. I don't know, but it's like it's dumb. It's extremely dumb, but it's dumb in that kind of video gamey logic that I really revel in, like a pig rolling around in shit.
It does make some sense because you have to imagine, like, let's say there is a fish tackle or like a fish store. If there's a store that services fishermen, that store does get literal shipments that are crates of fish hooks or whatever they maybe don't come in crates anymore, or whatever they come in. But like these guys are professional hunters, quote unquote, and fishermen and cooksmiths that smith cooking or whatever you call it.
Whatever you call it.
Whatever you call it. You call it what you want to call it. I'll call it what I call it. And then they, at some point, do have to get a shipment of hooks. Or else they won't have enough hooks. They'll run out of hooks to put their hook on their line for their hook and line and sinker and fishing. They need those. So that's why those exist, and it makes sense that they do.
Now, what a bunch of skeletons are doing hoarding all of this stuff in their little vaults, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought of that angle. So why? Okay, so we dive to a skeleton fort where they're hoarding specifically. I guess you could say that this skeleton fort, a troop of skeletons specifically robbed the Hunter's Call. Now they've got all this stuff. They need a place to store it, so they've set up a fort. And then on behalf of the Hunter's Call, you devote yourself to, I'm going to go on a mission to go to this fort and bring you guys back the stuff.
But it does make sense. Hooks and your little hooks, bobbers. What are those things called? The little floaty bobbers.
Some of them are called bobbers. Yeah, bobbers are one of the words you have. Yes, little weights and flies and there's so many terms, but.
I do wish that the skeletons on those raid forts would maybe like dress the part, like they would have unique clothing, like they would be dressed like old timey fishermen with the big like yellow coats and hats and
Long John Silver's restaurant.
Yeah.
I was thinking more like, well, who would rob the Hunter's Call? Who would go to them and steal their fish hooks? Well, clearly, fish. This should be a fort where you fight fish. The fish have stolen it. Like, do you remember there is a cosmetic item in Sea of Thieves you can buy that is the Ruby Splashtail King? What's he called?
Monarch.
The Splashtail Monarch. And it's this character that presumably exists in lore of there is a mutant man that is also a common fish. And it would be cool if he ordered his forces Aquaman style to just steal all the hooks from the fisherman's store. Like,
yeah,
but instead we got skeletons. That's
well, and then the fish people they attack you on the skeleton fort, but they don't walk, they can't walk, so they just flop about, and you just exterminate them.
It'd be easy. You just take one hammer. You know how gun bullets are limited? Every time you shoot a gun 5 times, it costs you 5 bullets, etc. Fish that are flopping on land can be defeated with a singular hammer, and the hammer has infinity bullets. I can go to every fish. I could kill 10 fish or 10 million fish with the same hammer, and I do not think the hammer would yield any fatigue whatsoever. The hammer will last through all 10,000 fish. So anyways, Sea of Thieves team, if you listen to these episodes, there's an idea. That could be a voyage.
We know you love the show.
With smash 10,000 fish with a hammer voyage? Maybe.
Yeah.
What else?
What else?
So they added the raid voyages. They added the new loot items. They also moved the Hunter's Call representatives. They put them on outposts so that you can talk to them right from the outpost when you start the session.
Yeah. So
yeah,
let me say this, Jeff. I actually really like this season. I like a lot of what the season brought to the game. I also hate a lot of the way they implemented this stuff. And one of the things I dislike is that we do not have original Hunter's Call reps at the actual outpost, that they sync up with the same people we meet at the sea post. And I understand it would be a lot to have to create, 7 new Hunter's Call reps throughout the different outposts.
It's at least 6, right? Is it 8? It might be 8.
It's 7.
Is
7.
It 2? Is it 7? Because is there 2 per region, and that includes the Devil's Roar?
2. Well, 1 in the Devil's Roar, just Morrow's Peak in the Devil's Roar.
Oh, you mean 7 outposts? Okay,
outposts,
there were 8
yeah.
There's 8 sea posts.
Yes.
You're right. There's only okay. That adds up. Yep.
So I understand that would be a lot, and they're like, we don't want to create 7 new people for the game, but at the same time, it feels weird that they I know we have characters fast traveling, like Lorena and George, the mysterious stranger, are on every outpost, but I don't know.
What you're saying, and for people who aren't picking up on this, is what you're getting at is that there is a Hunter's Call person at the outpost. Let's say that person is Derek, but you can sail to the sea post nearby, and Derek will be there also.
Yeah.
And they've copied that 8 times through. Every location there is a double person. And they've never done that before, other than 1 or 2, top level NPCs that are on every outpost.
And, maybe they could have just removed them from the sea post and then have the merchant or the shopkeeper at the sea post then handle your Hunter's Call stuff for them. Oh, okay, I'll just sell it to Steven from Steven Spoils, or Suds from North Star Sea Post. But it's a minor complaint. And yeah, characters can get around pretty fast. We know there are mermaids, merfolk. There are various ways to get about, maybe using the Legends Tavern. I don't know.
Or a pirate ship.
A pirate ship, right? The more customary way to travel in Sea of Thieves is to use a pirate ship.
Yeah, it's between that and hot air balloons, but mostly pirate ship. So that was a thing. I agree with you. It's you say it's a minor nitpick, and I agree, but it also feels kind of emblematic of an issue of just I don't know, that maybe 3 years ago they would not have done it that way. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying that it's a shortcut cutting thing or any. I'm not accusing any sort of thing, but it just feels like there would have been more of an effort to make it explained or have a meaning or a different NPC or something that would have made more sense.
They could have at least changed their clothing color and their hair color, and then just said, "Yeah, I'm their cousin. I'm their identical cousin."
It would be really funny when you have Merrick's family, who are the Hunter's Call reps, and there's 8 of them. If all of them also had identical cousins, the cousin Eddie to the Griswold, side family, that would have been fun. Yeah. Although I feel like everyone in the Merrick family is already the cousin Eddie. they're a bunch. They are a bunch. Shitter's full. All right. So the other big one, I mean, not the other big one. Let me rephrase that. The big one with this season, with this update to the Hunter's Call, the big thing is that they've now added on-demand, like actual voyages for the Hunter's Call. Now, every company, the main trading companies, Gold Hoarders, Order of Souls, Merchant Alliance, they have voyages you can do to earn reputation with their company. That's kind of the core loop of Sea of Thieves. I start a voyage, I go do it, I earn some progress. There's other side stuff that goes on. There's emergent opportunities or threats. But the main loop is that I set out to do a thing. I go from sail from point A to B to C and back to A, and I get the stuff, and that's the thing. The Hunter's Call has never been part of that loop. The Hunter's Call has always been on the side. It's a side thing. It is the activity. It's not the concert that you're on your way to. It's the radio in the car, if you know what I mean. I don't know. I don't know. I just thought of that, and I don't know if it really works, but it's kind of something.
It's something, for sure. I'll give you that much.
But now they're like, well, what if you could go to the radio? Okay, it no longer makes sense. It no longer works.
DJ. Yeah.
Oh, you can be the DJ. So, oh, you like that there's a radio in the car when you're on your way to the show. But what if you could be the DJ? I guess this sort of works. Anyway, they've added voyages for the Hunter's Call. So instead of just ambiently fishing and hunting while you are out and about on other voyages or other activities, you now have the option to directly set out to do something for the Hunter's Call and get sent to a destination, do a task, come on back with the treasure, and Bob is your uncle. You've done it. So they've done that. They have some.
They didn't add Bob, though, to the Hunter's Call. Like, Bob, the uncle, to, Merrick or Derek or whatever, Sarek.
Yeah.
That would have been fun.
They could have revealed that Blind Bob, the noted pirate legend in the tavern, Blind Bob could have been tied into the Hunter's Call. Now that Merrick, the patriarch of the Hunter's Call family, who has been banished to the legendary tavern as a ghostly vestige of his former self, and forced to retreat from the active duty of life on the Sea of Thieves, now that he's gone to Athena's Fortune, he could have made friends with Blind Bob, who's down there also, and then Blind Bob could have had a role. And why? I don't know.
He's got to rebrand for the Hunter's Call, so he'd be Blind Bobber.
Oh, bobber is one of the terms. It's from fish.
It's one of the clinical fishing terms. You look it up in the fishing book.
It's right next to pectoral. All right, so pectoral's a type of fin, right?
It is.
Is that a fish phrase? I'm not a. Oh, what's the scientist that studies fish? Ichthyologist? No, that's not it. Entomologist? No, that's not it. Epidemiologist?
A fish scientist, Jeff.
Fish guy.
Why are you trying to fancy it up with your big city learning here?
I sometimes try to pretend that I have known things, even though I haven't. So there are voyages, Hyle. They started, and by the way, before we break that down, maybe we should just mention the fact that this season did launch in a staggered approach. They sort of announced this in one of their Sea of Thieves news videos, where they called this, they have a new strategy towards seasons in Sea of Thieves, where they're going to spread out the core features over each month of the season, instead of trying to launch all the features at the start of the season. And then they wanted, in past times, they maybe tried to keep the interest going with live events or even adventures, but all of the main new features would launch at the start of the season. And now they said, well, our new idea is we're going to spread them out. Even though Hyle, I did want to point out to you and our audience, because they deserve to know, this is not a new approach. They've done this many of times, by the way.
They've done this. Also, I feel like this approach is just because in the past, they have not successfully had everything ready to go with a season launch. So this way it buys them time, which understandable. Like that's not a criticism, but it's also a way to ensure they launch something that isn't utterly broken or doesn't work as intended. This way they have all their ducks in a row, which is odd because ducks, not one of the ambient wildlife that were added to the game.
Yeah. No, it does feel like, I mean, obviously that makes sense as a strategy of like, okay, we're going to do this month, this next month, so that we have time, we stagger, we get each one in a place where it's healthy and ready to launch. Although it does feel more like a little bit of them saying, we know we can't get it all ready in time, so we're giving ourselves a built-in excuse to push something off to next month. Obviously, they have done this before. Season 6, which was the launch of the Phantom Sea Forts in its first month, followed by, I believe, the Legend of the... What was that Legend quest called where you had to get the... What was that Legend quest called? I forget it.
Legend of the Veil?
Legend of the Veil Voyage that launched in Season 6. And then they had the very first adventure. No, it wasn't the very first adventure. Oh my god. They had numerous... the first adventure launched at the tail end of Season 5. By the way, folks, this has been 2 or 3 years ago, so forgive me for not having all of it memorized. But anyway, Season 6 had a staggered approach. Season 10 also had a staggered approach. That's the season that first launched with guilds, then added the Siren... the Voyage of Siren Song, the
Skull of Siren Song,
the Skull of Siren Song Voyage, and then added the Safer Seas mode.
Safer Seas. You got that right.
Play in Safer Seas. I did get that one right. It's called Safer Seas, and I know it. So anyway, they've done this before. It makes sense to do. There are some bundles of features in here where it feels like they gave themselves wiggle flexibility, where it definitely is, that didn't have to wait till the 3rd month, but it did because they weren't ready. Or this didn't have to wait till the 2nd month, but it did because they weren't ready. I'm fine with that. I don't know if it's the best way to deliver content. I don't know. I'm of two minds. I can see delivering everything up front in some ways being a downside for the dedicated player base, because then they kind of get bored in the 2nd month or the 3rd month of a season. But having a big launch at the start is better for the casual or new incoming player base, because then you have a single, splash of new content where you say, look at all of this.
Right.
And it's easier to market. You say, this season is about this concept. Here are all its things. They're all available to you now. Whereas instead, what they've gone with is, this season is about this high, broad idea, but only some of it is available now, and then we're going to add another idea later, and then we're saving one of the big ones that you're excited about. That's not even going to come till even later. That seems like a little bit harder to explain or market. I don't know. What do you think about it?
I'm fine with it because, especially with this season, it did feel like and again, I only really play one session a week. I stream it on Sunday with my gang, my crew, and I don't really engage with the game too much besides for those 3 to 4 hours. And so for me, it always felt like this season was humming along because we would spend maybe a couple weeks getting acquainted with what was in there, and then bam, something new. So let's do that. And then, same thing. And then you would have the usual stuff popping up along the way, the time limited stuff. But it really does feel like since the end of Adventures, which, coincided right with the launch of the Monkey Island Tall Tales, it feels like once that ended, the game has been in a bit of a rut. And so if we can't have these new story advancing moments in time, then this is probably the best way to make the game feel like it's an actual living experience rather than just a content dump and then nothing for 3 months.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I do wish that they did more along with the content to coincide it with story stuff that
Sure
tells about it. Like, and even if that isn't full on adventures, but like it felt like in the past they did a little bit more. You know, the very first major event in Sea of Thieves, or I guess the first event of any kind in Sea of Thieves, the Hungering Deep, that was them saying, well, we've got some gameplay ideas we're going to add to the game. That is the Megalodon, that is the speaking trumpet, and that is the drum instrument. We're going to add all this in, but we're going to create a story event that ties those things together and introduces them to the world and explains, oh, well, we've got this new NPC and his name is Merrick, and he's the one who invented the drums, and he is the one that teaches you the shanty that you need to summon the Megalodon. And now these ancient Megalodons have awoken, and now they're part of the world. And by the way, they've also figured out how to make speaking trumpets. So, hey, you might as well use that to kind of coordinate with other crews so you guys could get together to go fight these Megalodons. And it's all coming together at the perfect time. And I understand they're not going to go that big with the story, a brand new NPC, a major event. They're not going to do that for every feature. But even the little stuff, they used to have like a little bit of NPC dialogue that said, well, you know, the outpost merchants are getting nervous and that's why they're buying more gunpowder barrels this month. They want to have them to stock up. And there used to be just a little bit of flavor text to it. And it feels like this one, there's a lot new in this season. There's no flavor that says where it comes from or why it's happening, really.
Especially since the end of the adventures, especially since the last Tall Tales, which at this point were almost 2 years ago, it does feel like the game has just floundered in a narrative sense. And
like a fish.
Like a fish, which, you know, it works for season 15, I have to say. This is the first season where I was like, you know what? Not really having any coherent story, it actually suits this well because it reminds me of a fish struggling to breathe. And damn, that puts me in the mood for the Hunter's Call.
Yeah, right up until the Reaper season came and smashed that fish with a hammer.
That's right. They're evil, those Reapers.
They're bad.
They like to watch things suffer. But yeah, there is an elegance to the way Sea of Thieves used to weave this. I'm not saying it was brilliant by any means, but it was appreciated. And I have really been just not mourning, but I have missed the way the game used to feel, that attention, that very signature rare attention to detail that made me a fan of all of this nonsense to begin with the first Sea of Thieves game, Donkey Kong Country, back in 1994. But just that notion that, yeah, this world is ridiculous. Yeah, this is a dumb video game for drooling children. But, you know, we can make this with just 5% more effort than everyone else and make you understand how this works in the context of the universe itself. And it does feel like Sea of Thieves is just becoming this churn factory since the end of the Tall Tales, since the end of the adventures. And even when it's stuff I do enjoy doing, like Hunter's Call, it would be nice to have a little bit more context and lead in for it.
Yeah. Well, and I don't want to keep harping on this, but I'll just summarize it with, like, just at the very foundation of the initial Sea of Thieves experience, before any updates, before any story was added directly into the game, before any additional content, that very foundation was still so loaded with lore that contextualized all these gameplay conceits, like, why is there a border around the map? Like, why can't I sail forever?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've got the Devil's Shroud. Why do I get to respawn infinity times in a multiplayer game? Well, we've got the Ferry of the Damned. Those little conceits were explained, and they did a lot of the explanation in sort of the expanded universe material, but the point is that they thought about it.
Yeah.
And there was a reason. And then a lot of the additional content they've added over the years, they had done the same amount of thought behind it. And then a lot of it recently, they haven't. It's just, we have added new tools, we have added new voyages, we've added new encounters, because it's gameplay and people want new things to do and new stuff to have, but they haven't really done that extra bit of work that ties it all together and brings it all home.
We've talked about this so much on past Sea of Thieves episodes, but it does feel like the culture around the game and their understanding of what they think people want has really been just geared to who are the most popular streamers and who's the most popular people on YouTube doing Sea of Thieves content. And it has, I think, to the game's detriment, really taken away from that quintessential rareness behind it all. And that's not to say I still don't love the game, because the foundation is still there. It's still the same game that I fell in love with way back in 2016. But yeah, it's definitely been a noticeable shift in ethos.
Yeah. And I did want to add right here before we get into the big old bulky bigs of this season, of this episode, is that I've got good news for Jeff. Possibly bad news for the coherence.
Jeff found a bottle opener. Yeah.
I was searching the drawers of the desk, and I did find a bottle opener. So I have one beer, and I'm going to open it.
I heard it.
And it's open.
And we're away.
Off and away. It's from New Belgium. That's the name of the brewing company, New Belgium. So don't ask me which one. That's my secret. That's just for me. But what we're getting to here is that in addition to all the progression stuff and the outpost stuff, and that now you can be emissaries, now you can be in the ledger, all of that, the big one is you can go on voyages. And at the start of the season, as we said, they staggered this stuff out. The initial thing you could do, they had one voyage, and it was the, what did they call it? Is it a search for treasured fish, or what is it? A treasured fish fishing voyage?
Let's just call it treasured fish, because that's what the actual item is that you're seeking out.
That's what the voyage is called? Okay, well, anyway, it's a voyage. Normally, fishing, like I said before, fishing is the car radio of activities. You do not get in your car to listen to the radio. You listen to the car radio when you're going somewhere else. However, they have now added the radio destination where you go to. I don't know. It's where you if you want to get some fish for the Hunter's Call, you now have a voyage. You can directly set sail and be told, go to this place to do that.
Yeah.
It's like, how does that work, Hyle? Tell us how that works.
Well, it's like, okay, you get in your car and you turn on the radio, and you're just waiting for a song you might want to hear. But then sometimes, on the schedule, it's going to be Tom Petty's Buried Treasure. So you specifically get in the car and drive around for 2 hours because you want to hear Tom Petty, who's been dead for several years now, host a show where he talks about his life in music and shares some examples.
Or like Breakfast with the Beatles is another example.
Beatles, yeah. The Blacklight Room on Deep Tracks.
That's good.
Yeah.
What is Randy and Tal Bachman? What is that? The musical mystery tour? Which is on Beatles radio. This is our monthly plug for Sirius XM.
Sirius XM. You know what? One day we will get the conversation on Sirius XM
Yes, the Donkey Kong Universe radio station.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be one of the ones you could get in your car. It would be one of
No.
the ones where they're like, you have to go on the computer to get that one.
Earl Bailey, I know you listen. So
fishing voyages.
fishing
How'd they
voyages,
work?
treasured fish. So I think when a lot of people are thinking, "Oh, we want the Hunter's Call to be expanded. We want new stuff to do." If you are already one of these sickos who enjoyed doing the Hunter's Call stuff, who enjoyed fishing, which if you enjoy that, you probably approach Sea of Thieves differently than a lot of the people who play the game. They're in it for the PvP. They're in it to hunt other players. Where they don't want to hunt fish. They want to hunt the most dangerous game, man. And so those of us who just enjoyed the collecting aspect and it's just a beautiful day out at sea and I'm just going to stare out at the water. Like, I'm not a fisher person in real life, Jeff. I don't fish, but I do understand why people enjoy it and appreciate it. It's just an excuse to get out in nature and float or sit on the banks of a river or stream for hours on end.
You get to kill something that doesn't really do anything to you.
Well, that's why I enjoy hiking and engaging with nature where I'm not specifically, killing anything. But I do understand, where people are coming from. No judgments. But, in the game, if you fish, it's just like, oh, I just want to exist in this beautiful, rare world without necessarily being up to any shenanigans, any evil intentions towards others. But one of the things we'd wanted was maybe more fish, like Gen 2. We've got most of our Gen 1 Pokemon, and we want a new game now that introduces even more. And we didn't get that with this. And I understand, you would have to come up with new fish and new reasons for them existing. Like, where would you even stick them at this point? So I get it. Like, there are no new regions in the game. There aren't any areas or circumstances where you could potentially spawn more fish.
I mean, I don't know. I'll let you finish your thought, but I'll just say that the initial launch of fish happened in April of 2019. They have added a lot of concepts to the game since then that you could maybe tie a fish to those things. Like, they didn't have phantom sea forts and ghost waters before, so
sure.
Add a fish that only lives in ghost water. Like, that's one idea, but I'm just saying, if you go through all of that they've added in the last 6 years, you could probably think of some new fish.
But again, that would require coming up with new fish, and just like adding new Hunter's Call reps, it's probably not in the budget or their mental bandwidth to do it. So what they came up with were these special fish based on the ones we already have, treasured fish, that they're not meat per se. They're not the kind of fish that you just collect on the way, like baiting them and reeling them in, in specific areas, and then you can cook them to increase their value, and then you sell them to the Hunter's Call, and then it ticks the number up by 1 for that fish. Like, it's not that. These are more treasure items where you find these specific kind of whirlpools of frenzied fish activity off specific islands. You have a map, you go to these bubbling little areas, and then you cast your rod out, you reel in this fish, and then you've got a fish, but you can't cook it. It doesn't count towards the totals of what that fish is representing is basically a plank of treasure that you then can just plop down on the ground, and it just lies there until you sell it.
Yeah, I think that maybe you might have talked through the thought process behind it maybe backwards. I think they probably I mean, your thought process makes sense, but from the development thought process, the idea is maybe, well, what would be a Hunter's Call voyage? Well, what if you could sail to a designated hot spot for fish. Okay, so let's give you a map that says go to this spot. There's a hot spot for fish. All right, you get there. Now you've got a little whirlpool of activity where you see the frenzied fish. That's cool. That makes sense to do. But then they hit this snag of, okay, and by the way, what I'm about to describe, something I vehemently disagree with. I'll talk about it. But they hit this situation of, well, all of our commendations about finding good fish are built on RNG. Every title is a talisman. It's a celebration of you achieving success in an RNG landscape. Like, if I have the rarest fish, it's because I got lucky and all of that, or I spent enough time trying to get lucky or whatever.
Right.
And so we can never step on that. We can never bequeath that. No, that's not the right word. We can never behoove. I don't know words. I'm so bad at the English language. We can't mess with that. So logically, at this point in the development process, it makes sense to make these different fish. They cannot be the same fish, because if you have a reward for finding a rare fish, and now all of a sudden we add an on-demand way to get good fish, well, that just ruins and cheapens your reward. It ruins your whole journey you went on. Hyle brought up the Pokemon example, the gotta catch 'em all. I would compare it to shiny hunting. Shiny hunting is a thing in Pokemon where in Pokemon you have like a 1 in trillion chance of getting a Pikachu that's red. And some people will try to mess with the game statistics to try and improve their chances of getting the red Pikachu. And that's called shiny hunting. And yeah, so this game, Sea of Thieves, they're saying, well, some people have been shiny hunting for a while, and we don't want to mess with that. We don't want to add a new on-demand way to get like guaranteed fish or good fish or whatever or anything. So we have to invent new fish. And Hyle, as you've already said, maybe they just, with the scope of budget or the scope of ambition or whatever, they didn't want to make new fish. So these are just variations of existing fish that are arbitrarily a different class, and they're called treasured fish. Yeah. So you've got a pondy, but it's not a pondy; it's a treasured pondy. You've got a wild gill. What are they called? Wild splash. You've got an ancient scale, but they're not an ancient scale. They're a treasured ancient scale, and that is basically just a way to separate them from the main pool of fish. And then the next thought step is to say, well, if you're going to be going on voyages to hoard treasure, it has to work the way the other trading companies work. You have to have a pile of treasure that can be stolen, a pile that will float up from the depths when your ship is sunk. You need to be pillageable. You need to be at risk. And the way fishing worked before this, it didn't really follow the same rules as the other trading companies. Each fish you caught was not really a loot item that people could find and steal. It was something that sat in your pockets or maybe went into your barrels like a resource item. Fish was a resource, not a loot.
Right.
And if you're gonna take the fishing company and create a voyage, then you have to reconcile with the fact that fish are not loot, fish are resources. So now we need to invent a class of fish that is loot and not resource. And by nature of that, it suddenly leads to all these kind of, I think, unfortunate outcomes where they say, well, the fish cannot be cooked, the fish cannot be eaten, the fish will sit on the floor like a block of wood, and it will literally drop with a clank. I don't know. It's not great.
It's not great. And like, you touched upon this. This is my problem with it. Like, the whole, like, they just flop down. Like the rigor mortis immediately sets in. And it's like, yeah, it looks dumb, it looks unfortunate, but my biggest issue, having thought about fish in Sea of Thieves and the different regional fish and where they can appear, it's such a core tenet behind them. And it's so ingrained to all of us who have been fish hunting for so long in Sea of Thieves that to just have, as you said, a pondy out in the middle of the damn seawater. A pondy is a fish that only appears in the freshwater ponds on the islands. And then all of a sudden you just have, it's not a real pondy, but it's still a pondy. What is it doing there? Why is there an ancient scale in the shores of plenty? Why, it's dumb. It's all so stupid. These are terrible, Jeff, and they're not much fun either. Once you've done this a few times, you're like, okay, I got it. Because there's no strategy, there's no skill needed, there's not even bait required. It's just you go to these bubbling little pools, you fish them up, and then then it's done, and then you can sell them unless somebody steals them from you or you sink or whatever. And like, I've got a headcanon for this nonsense. Don't worry, when Rare fails me, I come up with headcanons. And, I was like, okay, well, I can sort of justify why this pondy is in this seawater. It's because pirates have been taking fish from their natural habitats, and they've probably been crossbreeding them, because what do these filthy perverts do the second they get two of anything? They try to get them to have sex. And this has created these new invasive hybrid species that the hunters are calling treasured fish, because they want to incentivize pirates going out and catching them, because they are ruinous to the natural ecosystem of the Sea of Thieves. And that's probably more thought than anyone in charge of this stuff actually put into it, but you can have that for free, Rare. I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, I mean, that's a way to make sense of the thing they've come up with, and that's fine. I mean, I'll take that. The thing they've come up with is just not my favorite way to do this. The voyage itself is not terrible, okay? Put it down. It says, go to the north side of Crook's Hollow, and when you get there, you will see some commotion in the water, and you'll cast your fishing line, and you'll start pulling in fish. Now that I've said it out loud, I think it might be terrible. I said it wasn't terrible. It might be terrible. It's not good, right? But I hate being so negative. I hate to just go there. But it's certainly not the way I would have done it. It's not the only way it could have been done. There's a million ways it could have been done. And obviously when, I hate this part of it. I don't like to be negative on these episodes and then go turn around and say they should have done this, because I'm not working there, and I don't know the constraints of their team and their time and their budget and their scope. So when I say, what if they created a whole another generation of fish? Obviously it's not in the cards. That's not what they're doing, and whatever. I don't want to be that guy. However, what this is not very good. It's just not really.
What if, instead of treasured fish, what if you went crabbing or something, and you had to reel in the crabs in the little boxes, little crates, or you went looking for oysters with the pearls in them.
See, now that brings up, I might even have brought this up on a Kongversation episode, but I have had an idea for 6-7 years where, in the shallows around the islands, you could find giant clams.
Mm-hmm.
And if you find them, you could dig them up out of the shallows, and then inside you might find pearls. But the big thing is that a giant clam functions the same as a collector's pirate chest, that one of those empty chests that you can go and put stuff inside of. Except instead of a chest, it's a big clam, and you're walking around with a clam, and you can put stuff in there. Wouldn't that be fun if you could walk around with a clam, or you could put stuff in there? And but when you find one, maybe there's a pearl in there, and then it's like there's grades of pearl. Because in real life, I happen to know that in real life, pearls do have grades of quality. There's good ones and there's up to the bad ones, including the black pearl.
Here's the thing, Jeff. Giant clams have been established as far back as the first Sea of Thieves game, Donkey Kong Country, in 1994.
I challenge our listeners to find a game in the canon of Sea of Thieves that has a giant clam before Donkey Kong Country. It's possible. Yeah. Because the Pendragon saga is in the canon of Sea of Thieves. So go back to the Commodore 64. Go back to Ultimate, play the game. Find me a game with a giant clam that comes out before 1994, and you will have earned a prize of 1 American high five from Jeff the Ref Onan. But Hyle, so yeah, we're talking kind of about what maybe they could have done, or what you and I maybe would have been more excited for with this voyage. You mentioned crabbing or clamming. I'm thinking just even along the lines of fishing, even if it's about fish. I don't love the way they've done it. I had 2 different ideas of how they maybe could have done a fish voyage. Well, maybe not a fish voyage, but a fish-related activity better. The first idea, okay, I had this idea of, all right, normally fishing is an ambient activity you do around, you go around, you find fish while you're doing other stuff, or maybe you set out just to fish, whatever, but you're you're beholden to all of the rules and everything, and you're beholden to the RNG. But what if you had a voyage that said, hey, you could cast some of that RNG aside. You could increase your odds for good fish by going on this voyage, but it requires you to put in the work to do something, and that something is to construct the chum bucket, the recipe bucket. What if you had to build a certain bait bucket smoothie? You have to fill this bucket. You go on the voyage, and the hunter's call says, all right, well, here you go. Here's your chum bucket. If you can fill it with the right chum, with the right ingredients, and then take it to the right spot, you will create a fishing frenzy. And a fishing frenzy is a localized, time-limited spot for better RNG. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So I get this quest, and it says, all right, if you want to get a fishing frenzy for the Shores of Plenty, then you're going to need to get these ingredients. If you get them all and put each one in the bucket, the ingredients might be 3 earthworms and 2 pomegranates and who knows what else, a banana, whatever. Get some ingredients. You add each one to the bucket. The bucket is the quest, the voyage item, the quest item. You add each one to the bucket, and then go to the location. All right. Well, it's the Shores of Plenty frenzy voyage. Well, today we think that if you can make the chum recipe and throw it off the north side of Wanderer's Refuge, you'd probably attract a lot of good fish. So that's our voyage. That's what you should do. So you do it. You fill the bucket. You get the quest items. Then you go there. You dump the bucket in the water, and then the little frenzy pool shows up in the water, the whirlpool or frenzy pool, and now you see good fish. And all of a sudden, for a limited time, and I mean timed, you've got 5 real-life minutes, or maybe 10 real-life minutes to fish in that spot. And how many fish can you pull out? And now while you're fishing, now you're asking yourself, oh, okay, the first fish I pulled, it's not a trophy. Oh, do I want it? Oh, okay, the first fish I pulled is this fish. It's pretty good, but should I immediately cancel because I only have 10 minutes to test this RNG pool? Maybe I should cancel that one and try to get a better fish, or maybe I just try to get the whatever fish comes up, and then you've just fight this race, this sort of quick race to how many fish can I catch in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That would have been fun.
That would have been fun. I just love... There needs to be more games where you can concoct a chum bucket. I didn't know that was something I wanted in life. And,
right?
As you get older, you just feel like there's something missing. And a lot of people, when they get to my age, they're like, it's a child. I want to cradle a baby. And I'm like, nah, that's not it. What could it be? What could it be? And as soon as the words chum bucket left your mouth, I knew what I was longing for.
I think we've all seen probably some 1990s movies about kids at school or summer camps where there's like a moment. Actually, you know what? The specific film I'm thinking of is the movie Jack. Starring Robin Williams. We won't mention every actor who's in it, but we will mention Robin Williams. And in there's a whole scene where one of the initiation events, if you want to be part of our friend group, you're going to have to eat the bucket of gross. And all the kids just go around collecting stuff to throw in this bucket. It's like full of freaking nasty, like fish guts and spray cheese. And they just make this big brown sludge. And they make him eat it, and then he's one of the guys. And I feel like that is not the only movie I've seen where that is a conceit. There's like, or a TV show. They had to have, like, making a bucket of gross is a core plot point that influenced my brain. And I want to do that in Sea of Thieves. I want to make a gross bucket. It feels like something the Goonies would do. They didn't do it in the film The Goonies. But maybe if there was a Goonies franchise with 2 or 3 sequels, right, there probably would have been a scene with a gross bucket.
In the Goonies expanded lore, in the novels, I'm sure they would make a bucket of gross.
There's 100% a moment where they make Chunk eat from the gross bucket.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but that's one idea. Now, Hyle, this is a total twist, but I'm going to tell you my second idea. It's not a voyage at all. My second idea is that instead of a voyage... Okay, how to present this? One of the things that they've added in here is that you can become an emissary for the Hunter's Call.
Right.
And one of the things about being an emissary is that as you level up as an emissary, you are going to gain increased reward bonuses for everything you sell to that company while you're an emissary. And if you ever reach the max grade of emissary, grade 5, you gain this like bonus. Some of the trading companies, the bonus is that you get a emissary voyage. This really lucrative high-level voyage that's just like, okay, now you're grade 5, go ahead, do this voyage where you get a bunch of the max level treasure in the minimum amount of time. That's one thing. And then, or like, if you're the Reapers, your bonus is, you're a grade 5 Reaper. Well, now you have the ability to spy on every other Reaper on the map, or every other emissary on the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a cool feature. That's like a beneficial thing. So I had this idea of like, okay, the Hunter's Call is sort of a background activity. What if they added an option, like an activity to do that remained in the background as you leveled up through their emissary grade? So I thought, what if, okay, you become a Hunter's Call emissary, you're grade 1, you have no bonus, you have no mission, you have no goal, you just go out and fish, and that's it. But as soon as you hit grade 2, now you have the ability to see on the map fishing hotspots around the world that are grade 2 level. And if you sail there, you have a slightly increased chance of better RNG for the more rare fish. But once you hit grade 3, so you're going to sail there, you're going to find a fishing hotspot because you can see them. They're all around the map, but only you can see where they're at. So you go sail there. Now you're there, you're fishing, you hit grade 3. Now you can find grade 3 hotspots. You can find better hotspots. Obviously, they wouldn't call them grade 2. They wouldn't call them grade 3. They would call them like the beneficial fishing hotspot. And then grade 3 is like lucrative hotspot. And grade 4 is like fucking expletive hotspot. I don't know what they would, they'd come up with adjectives because the development team at Rare invested in over 100 thesauruses.
They did, yeah.
They know every word. So they do this. And the idea would be if I jump into Sea of Thieves and I want to have a fishing-centric session, I start fishing, I catch a few things. If I can get to grade 2, the game will tell me, well, by the way, if you sail to this general area, you could get a little bit better fish. So then I go over there. Then when I get to grade 3, it tells me an even more lucrative area. And then when I get to grade 4, it tells me an even more lucrative area. But as I go through this process, they start to funnel the whole server into just a few areas because there are a lot of areas that are a little lucrative, but there are only a couple areas that are very lucrative. And there's only one area that's extremely lucrative. It's, that would be the way that it could just be this background thing of like, as I move up the company, as I move up the emissary, I'm getting more information about what the fishermen are saying on the server. Oh, by the way, you're level 2? Well, all the fishermen I've been talking to say that these areas are pretty good. But once you're level 3, the more experienced fishermen are willing to talk to you. And they say, these areas are better, but there's less of those. And eventually you funnel down to, all the best fishermen are fighting over one little area. And that could just be one way to do it. Again, there's a lot of different approaches. They did their approach. I'm not saying their approach is bad. And I'm not saying they should have done only one approach. I think there could have been multiple approaches to this, specifically fishing focused. But hey, it's just an idea.
Yeah, Jeff, I know you said you don't like to give alternate pitches. You don't like to just gripe about what Rare and the assorted support studios they have working on Sea of Thieves, what they should have done instead, because you feel icky about it, because you don't know, constraints, budget, what have you. But here's the thing about my friend Jeff, everyone, and I just want it to be known now. Out of everybody on the DK Vine staff, I feel like Jeff has the best mind for game design. And let us know if you agree in the live stream. Martrose, Me Muppet, Porygon Q, Just Andre. I feel like Jeff
and the 8 to 9,000 others.
Yeah, I can't list everybody, but I feel like Jeff is just kind of a quiet genius when it comes to game ideas, because Jeff inevitably will make a pitch, and I'm just like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Either Jeff is really good at video game design, or he's very persuasive, and he's got really bad ideas, but he says them in such a sweet, sultry way that I go for it.
I think you just think I'm sexy. You're just blown away. Because when I'm ever into a girl, I'm always like, "Wow, you're so smart. You're so everything."
Yeah, yeah.
But it's one of those things.
And then a couple months later,
I do have those dimples.
Yeah, we've all had those relationships where you're just like, "Yeah, I'm all in on this," and then a few months in, you're like, "Oh, I was just ignoring all the flaws and the stuff that I actually find repellent."
Ignoring the Reaper's flags.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, anyway, we don't love the fishing voyage that they gave us. There's a lot of ways it could have been done. We could hem and haw about that. It is what it is. That was what they gave us in the first month. But on a higher level, what do you think even of the idea of just having an on-demand way to go get fish? And also, by the way, I think I alluded to this, so maybe I should touch on this. I do not agree with the team's sort of direction of, if we're going to add an on-demand way to do the thing, we cannot mess with the RNG of the previous commendations. So they're like, well, hey, right now it's a real accomplishment to get the rarest fish, so we can never add a voyage that gives you that fish. I sort of get that, but yeah. I kind of hate how that mentality leads to them being like, well, we'll make a trophied fish that, or what are they called? A treasured fish. We'll make a treasured fish that is different. And I'm going to touch, I mean, we're going to talk about, there's a Megalodon voyage later. I think I'll just say it right now anyway. They do the same thing with that voyage.
Yeah.
Where it doesn't count to the commendations. Here's my stance. Right now, it is a huge accomplishment if you have ever killed a shrouded ghost megalodon, or if you've ever caught the whatever the fuck fish. Hyle, please fill in my blank. I don't know the fish. What's the best fish?
Well, there's several like rare, like each class of fish has the rarest one, and then you only have to collect 10 of those because they are just so seldom seen. I would say probably the rarest fish is probably the shadow stormfish. Just based on the amount of times you're in a storm, it's the rarest stormfish, and you have to combat all the other like regional variants that you might catch that sometimes aren't even stormfish. You might just be getting like other fish coming in. Yeah.
So, yeah. So, okay. So let's say they say, well, we want to have an activity that's going to get you guaranteed fish. We want to have an activity that's going to get you a guaranteed megalodon, whatever. And then they say, well, right now it's a huge accomplishment to have ever seen a shrouded ghost megalodon because it's like a 1 in 10,000 chance or something. We don't know the odds, but it's very rare. Although you and I have seen and defeated one.
We have, yes.
So they say, well, we're going to make an activity that gives you megalodons on demand, but we cannot let that count against the megalodon quests, the megalodon commendations. I disagree with that, but my attitude is, let's say with the megalodon example, if there's a quest that gives you a guaranteed megalodon fight, it should count towards all the megalodon commendations, but that quest should have an even more rare chance to get the rare megalodon. So it's like, okay, if I'm just sailing around ambiently, I have a 1 in 10,000 chance of seeing a shrouded ghost. Oh, the game has now just given me a way to instantly go fight a megalodon. That's cool, but when I do that, I should have a 1 in 20,000 chance of seeing a shrouded ghost, which is fine because I can still grind it. I could do it over and over and over. And if I got a shrouded ghost doing that, grind, it would still be an accomplishment. Because even though I had an option to do it over and over and over, it still was an incredibly rare occurrence because instead of 1 in 10,000, now it's 1 in 20,000. Whatever. That's how they should do it because I just get so annoyed when the game says, well, we've added a way for you to see the thing, but now for no reason, this specific time that you see it, it doesn't count towards your stuff.
Yeah. It feels...
And they do that with the fish, too.
It feels like early on in the game's life, they were introduced to the concept of internet whiners and people who would just throw the biggest fits on social media. And I feel like some people on the team are too immersed in that world of internet whiners. And so there's just this ingrained ethos now it can't count. That can't count. Even if they took all those precautions that you just laid out so eloquently, Jeff. And yeah, you make a really good point. Like, it should count, and there should be like built-in safeguards where it's even more rare. But there would be somebody out there who wouldn't see it that way or wouldn't understand it and would just say, oh, you just spun up the shrouded ghost. That shouldn't count. I did it the hard way. I'm going to whine on the internet and make everybody feel really bad about themselves until I get my way. And I feel like, despite us doing this podcast for the internet and us even knowing each other because of the internet, and my whole business being doing Donkey Kong on the internet, I feel like the internet was a mistake.
Yeah, no, the internet is tough. The internet, the internet's not ideal. There's highs and lows, I think, but yeah, it's always a thing with Sea of Thieves. Every time they do anything, you're gonna have somebody say, "Wow, this affects the odds of having done that, and I already did that." So if it became a little easier, that makes it unfair because I did it. What in the world? I suck. This is what people are saying online on the computer. They're texting it. They're texting it to YouTube's. And it's frustrating. It's annoying. I think that the idea that there is an incredibly rare fish is cool. And then I think when the game adds a way for you as a player to earn through progress and through time spent, earn a way to tip the odds back in your favor and get a little bit better odds at finding that rare fish, I think that's cool. And I think that's fun. And then for someone to say, well, I grinded that 4 years ago, and back then you didn't have the option to get better odds in RNG. So this is, I don't know what character that is, and I'm sorry, but
I hate him. I'm
sorry for doing a voice, but it's important that the character be annoying, and I'm glad that you hate him. I hate this thought process for fans of Sea of Thieves or fans of anything. It's annoying. I get it if they were to come out and make something completely trivial for everybody. But if they make something like, oh, we've slightly tweaked it for people that work for it. Like you now have a way to work towards the hard thing, but only if you spend the time. Like, that's fine with me. I like that. I want that. It doesn't bother me that things change over time and like, oh, someone who got the Shrouded Ghost on the first day had the luckiest luck of all. And then someone who waited 3 years to get one, they get it. But then the guy who got it on the first day says, well, he didn't get as good of luck as me. I got it on the very first day on my very first time sailing Sea of Thieves. So I'm the better salesman. That's stupid.
Yeah.
And I hate you guys. I hate this internet. But it's
like
fine. It's whatever. I don't know.
It's like a couple years ago when, student loan forgiveness was a talking point and it looked like it could be a thing. And those people were just like, well, I paid it off 20 years ago. Why shouldn't I?
I'm pretty salty about that. So let's steer clear of the student loan conversation or all of that. Bullshit.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
You gotta vote. Please get out and vote.
And also, Jeff and I, we killed the Shrouded Ghost, and
we did that.
If there's another way to go about doing that, I don't think we would be complaining about it on the internet.
So, I mean, we'll talk about the Meg voyage there in a minute, but if the idea is that, if you go on this voyage, you're guaranteed to spawn a Meg, what if it was a Shrouded Ghost? And like I said, you could make the odds worse. You could make them half as bad. I went on that voyage. It still took some time to figure out what Meg you were fighting. If somebody grinded that voyage over and over and over until they got a Shrouded Ghost, they deserve it.
They absolutely deserve it because that voyage is also not very fun.
It's a spoiler alert, folks. We don't like it. We're going to get to it. We're going to talk about it in a minute. But any final thoughts on the fishing voyage? The treasured fish. The treasured fish that don't flop or you know what? Let me ask you this. Nothing else changes.
Yeah.
They just make it so that A, when you drop them, they make a squelch sound effect. And B, while they're sitting on the floor of your ship, they pulse. If those are the only changes,
Jeff,
how much would that change your opinion of this voyage?
It would go from a 2 to an 8 because you know me, I love squelching. Oh my God.
We both do.
There's no other sound in the world that makes me light up like Christmas morning than the sound of squelching. But also,
well, it reminds you of Christmas morning because you grew up in the swamp.
But also, a good wiggle can turn a frown upside down.
Yeah, I said pulsing. So there's a lot of ways. So okay, let me now, we're going to move on, but let me ask you this. Final thoughts. Would you prefer the fish to wiggle? Would you prefer them to wiggle, pulse, or flop? Those are 3 very different fish moves. Wiggle, pulse, or flop.
I feel like I'm being greedy if I said I want them to wiggle. You know, it's like...
Oh, I thought you were going to say flop. I feel like flop is the most advanced movement for them. But yeah.
You can't feel too bad, though, about them, like, gasping for oxygen. So I feel like just maybe a little bit of a sign of life, but nothing that's too demoralizing.
So, I kill fish a lot of times. And one of the things they do when they're laying there is if they are flopping around, those guys are very alive. But after a while, they don't flop around, but they do just kind of pulse like they're like the neck on a frog. You know the neck on a frog going in and out?
Intimately, I know the neck of a frog.
You know the neck on a frog. Sometimes they just sit there and their whole body, their whole spine, they don't move that much, but they just kind of go like the neck on a frog.
Oh,
what if they did that?
Add that sound effect. Add that sound.
That could be fun.
I want the whole middle part of the ship, of the galleon, the roach spot underneath the stairs, as you've taken to calling it, and we all call it now. It's a thing.
Everyone in Sea of Thieves calls that area behind the stairs the roach spot.
There's the roach spot, and there's the chicken porch, and that's just universal parlance. But
everyone says that.
I would love it if you just went downstairs, especially if a rival pirate boarded your ship and they just walked down the stairs and they just heard...
It's not me. You're not saying that's me down there. You're saying there's fish down there.
There's fish
That's just
down there.
It's just a thing that could happen to any player. You go on someone's ship and you hear like that.
Or you put one of those ships on a rival pirate ship, and they're like, where is that coming from? That's driving me bananas.
It's driving me bananas. Okay, well, as we've, I think, thoroughly pointed out, there's a lot of things they could have done. Let's move on to the next big feature that launched with the initial wave of Season 15. By the way, we are now almost 2 hours in, and we've gotten through one half of 1 month of the 3 months of this season. So if I start to pick up the pace, it's no offense. It's no offense to Sea of Thieves.
March Rose says that they're not going to search for what that sounds like. The little fish noise we've coined, or you've coined, and I've appropriated.
It sounds... I described the fish, and I'll tell you right now, they don't make that sound, but their body makes that move. Whatever that sound conjures in your mind, their body does that, but it's silent. So just imagine that. We're constricted by an auditory medium right now. This is a podcast. There's no video. But if you can hear this, here's what it sounds like. If you can hear that in a shaking fish physically moving. If you can visualize it, then you're there. This is the Kongversation podcast. Thank you for joining us. So
Sea of Thieves is
we are
also
now
all
moving
about
on.
accessibility, so I feel like they need that noise.
Yeah, it can't. Nothing can only be sound. I've said that for my whole life. They also added ancient megalodons.
Yeah, 2 new megalodons, and they're special. They're new. They're not the same kind of megalodons that have been in the game since after the Hungering Deep, where they added all the different colors, the rainbow of megalodons.
Wrong. Hungering Deep added 1 megalodon, and the Shrouded Spoils event added 4 additional colors of megalodon.
Jeff, I can't remember all the fine details, okay?
That's why you bring me. That's what I'm here for.
That's what you're here for. That's why I keep you around. You've got great game ideas. You talk about squelching, and you set me straight on the intricacies of when content was added to Sea of Thieves.
Yes, I got you covered, babe. I got you, babe. Like Sunny, is that Sunny and Cher?
That's you, Sunny babe? And Cher.
It's on the film Groundhog's Day, and sometimes it feels like Groundhog's Day when I'm on another episode of Sea of Thieves on the Kongversation podcast. But they added 2 boss megalodons. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so there is, in classic Rare the Source fashion, they whipped out some words to make these special. The Barnacled Dread megalodon. And the feared Red Maw. That's Redmaw, because I know my enunciation on that isn't going to be great. Red Maw. It's like saying rural. Red Maw.
Is that really how you say it? That's one way to say it. Red Maw. I say Redmaw because I'm from the state of Michigan, so I say Redmaw. But you know what? I am a little disappointed that they added Red Ma but not Method Ma. That's a joke. That's just a little joke. It's okay. So
that's only 20 years out of date compared to our jokes that are 60 years out of date.
That's a freaking brand new joke compared to some of our jokes. What did I most recently reference? Who could say? It's fine. So these I would consider essentially, to use other video game parlance, these are like boss fight tier of megalodons. Megalodons I already kind of thought of every world event as like a boss fight. I already kind of thought of like, if a megalodon attacks me, I'm having a boss fight. That's kind of, especially the first time you do it, especially the first couple of years of Sea of Thieves. It felt like every time you fought a megalodon, that was an event. That was a boss fight, quote unquote boss. Skeleton lords used to feel like, oh, we're fighting a boss right now. And now we're kind of used to them and we're good at them and they're not as tough as they used to be. So now we're like, oh, skeleton lord, I could kill that in my sleep. Or a megalodon. I'm going to run from the megalodon or kill it easily. I don't care. But now they've added 2 new ones, and these ones really do feel like bosses. One, in the sense that they're very difficult to defeat, and you kind of have to go out of your way to fight them. See, they don't just spawn emergently on a crew. They don't just decide to attack a crew, and then that crew is now under attack. That's how most megalodons operate. These ones will spawn on the map, and they'll just roam around. And if you see them on the horizon, which we recently did, we just looked out and saw, what is that? Oh, that's a barnacle dread. I guess we'll go fight it. That happened to you and I on a recent stream of Thieves.
Yes.
You have that option, but also when you are a Hunter's Call emissary, if you ever reach grade 5, and I had just alluded to this notion of like, oh, as you go through the grades, what if they gave you more options to look at on the map? Well, they didn't do my idea, but the idea they did do is that if you reach grade 5, you can see these boss megalodons on the map. And there's two of them. You can go fight them. One of them is blue and one of them is red.
Yeah. One of them goes bzz, 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 and the other one goes
I think. So, yes. You got the barnacle dread is sort of lightning themed. When it bites you, it sort of does a lightning effect. The bigger elements of it is twofold. It has armored plates of sort of rocky. Are they rocky scales or are they just rocks? Is it just coated in rock, or is it scales?
I think they're scales.
Rocky?
They're scales because you can
rocky
sell
scales.
You can sell the scales to the hunter's call.
Okay, got you. Okay, so it's coated in an armored layer of thick scale that are rocky. And if you want to defeat it, as you hit it, you're going to have to hit the same spots multiple times and then defeat the scale on that spot to make that spot vulnerable to hits. In addition to that, as it bites you, it will cause ocean crawlers to spawn on the deck of your ship. Specifically, the only ocean crawler it will spawn is the electric.
Right.
There's three ocean crawlers. There's the electric, the hermit, which is a clamshell boy, and there's the
rock lobster. I don't know what they're called.
Well, we'll call it the rock lobster because it's from Donkey Konga.
Yeah. Well, you also talked about roaming around the map, which is what they do, and I thought about the B-52s. So
right, the B-52s roam around. Roam if you want to. When in Rome, Rome is the Romans' Rome. The B-52s also sing Rock Lobster. Rock Lobster is a song in the video game Donkey Konga. Donkey Konga stars Donkey Kong, hence why this episode is DKU.
Right.
So, thank you for staying with us this long. But those crabs won't show up on your ship. No. You only get the electrics.
Yeah.
They're annoying.
It's a very intense fight. We just did this, and it felt like a couple times we were on the fence a little bit. It felt like our ship might go down because there's just a lot to manage as this Meg is biting you, and if it bites you, you get shocked, and then here are the electrics mucking about, and then go down like into like the middle deck, probably the lower deck. I don't know if we've ever gotten that far for us, but they're just all up in your face, and so you're trying to fight the Meg, you're trying to shoot your cannons at them, or you're trying to do repairs, and there's an electric shocking you.
Yeah, it's and the frustrating thing with an electric is they'll do two things. One, they go around doing their own attacks, and that's fine. But two is they'll sort of charge up an electric attack. So once they've charged it up, they have an electric attack ready to go. They are either going to shoot it out and then someone will get electrocuted, or if anyone attacks them directly, then the electricity will spread to everyone in the vicinity. Everyone, the person who attacked them will get electrocuted. But I also think that people exactly nearby will also get electrocuted. It's just a shockwave, a sort of a conduit. And so, that's a great mechanic. We like fighting electrics in general, but I kind of think that the closed quarters of your ship maybe throws off the balance of them too much, because this is an enemy that if you see them at an open island across a beach, you have the space and the time to decide how to approach them. Okay, they are now electrified, so I should back off and use a ranged attack, and then I'm going to disperse the electricity and I'm not going to get hit. But when you're on the closed confines of your ship, if you're in tight quarters, you maybe don't have the time, but you definitely don't have the space to really react to each one and be like, okay, well, I'm going to back off and then shoot it. It'll disperse the electricity and we'll all be safe. You don't have that because everyone is moving around. There's no way you're going to hit one of these guys and nobody's going to get electrocuted. Some of us are going to get electrocuted, and probably all of us, because that's the close quarters that we're dealing with. And you also just don't have the time. So a lot of times you're just thinking like, I'm just going to tank the hits. I know I'm going to get electrocuted, so I'm just going to hit them, and I'm just going to plan on having to eat fruit because I'm getting electrocuted constantly over and over. And I think all of that is fine, if not for the fact that they spawn, I think, too frequently, or the ratio or the rate, the spacing of them is a little weird. I would like it if they show up in a wave, you get 2 or 3 of them, and if you kill them all off, then you are like guaranteed you're set solid for a set amount of time. Let's say it's 4 minutes. After 4 minutes, if the Meg bites you and you are not successful in staving off her bite, then you'll get another spawn of them.
Right.
But the way it is now, it feels like as soon as you kill one off, another one's ready to go. That's how quickly it feels.
And I'm fine with the harder level of difficulty for this. This shouldn't be just basic like a regular Megalodon fight, but I do agree that it becomes very repetitive and very frustrating, not in an engaging way. It's just a glut of enemies getting in your way, and you could use some breathing room, just a little bit, to make you more appreciative of the added challenge rather than just... It's like in some of the worst Mario Karts where you're just constantly pelted, barraged with items, and you barely get to drive your little go-kart.
Yeah, I think that there's a cool mechanic in the idea of the Meg has body armor. So if I hit the same spot repeatedly, I open up a weakness. So now you have the added layer to the fight of, okay, well, I know I've been hitting this spot, so I want to try to keep hitting that spot. So I'm going to not just try to hit the Meg at all. I'm going to try to hit the Meg in a specific spot. And then once that spot is open, once that spot is weakened, now I've got the added thought of, oh, well, I want to try to hit that specific spot, although I'm not always the best shot. So should I try to hit that specific spot, or am I happy to just hit anywhere because I'm going to open up, if I defeat the other armor spots, if I defeat the other rocky scales, I'm going to open up even more weaknesses for the Meg. And it's going to help my crew have more weak spots to hit. And you've got all this, and that to me is enough to make this interesting. And then when the Meg bites you, it electrocutes you, so that's already interesting. And it just becomes a little too much. A little shock is good.
Yeah, I love it. Just makes you feel something. It makes you feel alive, and I don't mind.
I like to feel that.
You know, there's little and this is again from 20 years ago. They had these novelty shockers that I think they eventually outlawed, probably. But yeah, you could just
sit in a circle and you all hold it and see if the guy 3 people away can still feel the shock. You ever done that?
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah, no, that's fun.
I like that because it makes me feel something. I'm a bit of a masochist. I like pain.
Well, we all like it.
It marries well
but
with pleasure.
It does feel like there's enough new cool stuff here that maybe the ocean crawlers, the electrics, are overdone, because then it feels like you're only focused on them the whole time. And obviously, if you don't deal with them, as with everything in sea combat in Sea of Thieves, every single sea combat in Sea of Thieves is built on the notion that you need to balance offense with defense. You need to have a good risk assessment of how long can I put off fixing an issue. Do I need to patch that thing right now? How many more hits can I get on before I shift my focus to the other thing? Balancing. It's spinning plates. You're spinning plates. That's what Sea of Thieves Sea Combat is spinning plates. But spinning plates in unison and coordination with a crew of up to 4 people. And that's really satisfying But I think that this particular encounter, there's a little bit too much of like, well, you're just being bombarded by these electrics, and if you don't deal with them, then you're never going to be on the offensive against the Meg, and if you're never on the offensive against the Meg, then you're just going to get stuck behind on defense and losing ground, and then you're in a negative snowball effect, which is not good. It's a little too much.
Yeah. Although, I will say the electrics are probably easier to deal with than what the feared Red Maw does, which set your ship on fire. Because fire is probably the most irksome thing that can befall your ship in Sea of Thieves.
Well, and I just said that dealing with the ship is spinning plates, and the question of how do I deal with this, or how long can I put off fixing this? And fire is the quintessential embodiment of that, because if I get a little hole in the bottom of my deck and I've got 4 crew members on a galleon, we have one little hole while we're fighting a crew, and let's say all 4 of us are firing cannons, I'm going to say, you know what? None of us should stop what we're doing. None of us should go fix that little hole yet, at least yet, because we have nothing to fear. We're not in danger yet. And that's the whole question of Sea of Thieves. It's like, okay, well, now we have 4 holes. Should one of us go fix it, or should 2 of us go fix it? Or at what point should all 4 of us go bail? Because how much water do we have, and how many holes do we have, and how thick are the holes? And is this a 1-person problem? Is this a 3-person problem? That's everything. That's the whole game. That balancing act of how long can we put off fixing these problems?
Yeah.
And fire in Sea of Thieves is the ultimate test of that, because fire is logarithmic. It's exponential. If you ignore one small fire, it turns into 2 small fires, and 2 small fires turns into a big fire with 3 small fires, and then now you have 5 small fires, and you definitely can put it off, but how long? How long can you do it? How easily can you get to water? Is it just your water barrel? Can you guys coordinate to have one person pump the water barrel so the other guys can squeeze it off, or bucket? Or do you need to? Yes, guy said squeeze it off, and Hyle chuckled. I knew he would. But it's that thing. Fire is the ultimate test of the spinning plate, because it is the one that most punishes you if you try to play cute. If you try to put it off and you think that you don't have to deal with the fire, it can get itself out of control. And the Red Maw, the feared Red Maw, is the embodiment of that, because in addition to all of the defensive things you have to do, you're also trying to shoot a Megalodon.
Yup.
Right?
Yup.
Yeah. Oh. Anyway, I think they're both fun.
Yeah, I mean, like at large scale, bigger picture, I'm glad they're there. It's not something I want to do every single stream, every single time I play the game. But every once in a while, it's like, oh yeah, haven't done one of those in a while, and it's right there. We might as well. So it's like a lot of the stuff in the game that's been added to the tapestry of the game. It's just nice to have it there. There's an abundance of options and opportunity whenever you play Sea of Thieves, and you don't necessarily know where each voyage or each little adventure you're going on with your mates, where it's going to take you and what you're going to experience. And so just increasing the unpredictability, I do really like that. So I like these 2 Megalodons, even if they can be aggravating in their own ways. That's kind of the point. They're a little bit more troublesome.
They're definitely difficult. And I will also say that I don't want to really beleaguer the point, but I also think they're not straight up bullet sponges. A bullet sponge is a gaming term that basically says that This boss is not hard. It just takes 1 billion hits. That's the worst way to make a boss. You say, oh, you know what? We'll make a boss and we'll make him harder by giving him 1 million health points.
Yeah.
And that's not fun because it's not challenging. You're having the same level of difficulty, but you just take longer to kill him off. You're like, well, I'm not really in danger. I am surviving fine, but I just have to spend a lot more of my time to get through the health points to beat this bullet sponge. That's not the best way to do a boss. Sometimes in Sea of Thieves, they have been accused of occasionally having done that. I would say with these two, they definitely require more shots, but I wouldn't call them bullet sponges in the sense of like they're the same difficulty but with just higher health. They're not. They are tough. And we are very experienced dealing with PvE threats and pretty good and pretty well coordinated, I would say, as a crew on the Stream of Thieves with DK Vine. And we might have sunk to one of these this season.
Yeah.
But there were a couple times where we were like, okay, we beat them and we certainly could have sunk. But we got through it and we did it, and it felt very satisfying. We're like on the edge. You know what? If I hadn't survived that hit, and if I had gone to the Ferry of the Damned, we probably would have lost that whole fight. That one moment was the swinging point where I ate the coconut, and you know that's satisfying. I want events like that to feel like you could lose.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing more to say about that. I'm in agreement.
Cool. Well, so that was most of what launched at the start of that first month of of season 15. Although there's one other thing we do have to talk about. You could buy a new pet, and the pet was pet piggies. Piggies.
Are they pigs or are they boars? What exactly are you buying here?
Oh.
There's some sort of swine, that's for sure.
I mean, I guess they're boars because they have tusks, but I never have thought about or known about the difference. I guess, so when you run into pigs ambiently in Sea of Thieves or on a Merchant Alliance voyage, those are pigs, and they do not have tusks.
Yeah.
And we will talk later about how there are now boars, and that's a different thing. However, you can get pets in the pet shop, and they, in body shape and size, are more like pigs because they're not big old bristly boys.
You know what?
But they do have the little tusks. They're baby boys.
We could split the difference because there was a classic Sea of Thieves bongo-based platformer on the Nintendo GameCube called Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, and there's a lot of enemies in that game that are pigs or boars or various porcine baddies, and they're just labeled hogs. So we just call them hogs.
Some of them are called HAWG.
That's right.
Hogs.
Hogs.
I feel like I'm watching. Is it Dukes of Hazzard that has Boss Hog?
Yeah, I believe that's Dukes of Hazzard. Yes, and you know how I know that?
See, I keep mixing it up with Smokey and the Bandit, but I think that's Smokey and then the Bandit. Yeah. Okay.
In Luray, Virginia, there is actually I think one of the former cast members of Dukes of Hazzard moved there and opened a Dukes of Hazzard museum called Cooters. And just because you see signs for it on the interstate, and you're like, oh, what's Cooters? And then you read further and you lose interest.
Yeah, I kept wanting to say he was in Smokey and the Bandit, but I was thinking of Coors beer. So, anyways, you can get pet piggies. I did get one. You know my pet piggy. I have a pet piggy, and my pet piggy is named Tallahassee. Although, in the canon of Sea of Thieves, the city of Tallahassee in Florida was not named, I think, for another 30 to 50 years post Sea of Thieves canon. And so in the canon of Sea of Thieves, it is a fact that the city of Tallahassee in Florida is named after my pet pig in Sea of Thieves.
It's fun.
Probably the first mayor.
It's fun to be able to screw up world history like that via Sea of Thieves. I enjoy doing that quite a bit.
Right, like how we've overwritten the 1812 Overture.
Right.
It's basically a Cousin Marvin, listen to this type.
That's right. Yeah, it's Back to the Future, and people love that movie because of the incest.
Oh, fuck, yeah, we do. Anyways, you just flustered me.
I got Jeff thinking about hot moms living in the 50s.
I'm thinking of Leah Thompson, who, Leah Momsen. I did want to point out, I've got this on another... Hyle, for this podcast, I have 2 laptops going because I had looked up a bunch of tabs and I had them on a laptop, but then I was going to record on the other laptop and I'm like, whoa, but what about my tabs? So I've got 2
Jeff
laptops.
is like the Nintendo DS because he's operating 2 screens right now.
Yes, I'm essentially the Pentagon. I'm not sure what they do, but I'm that. And I've got right here on a tab, Sea of Thieves posted this on their official social channels. The top 10 names that people gave to their pet pigs. Do you want to know it? Are you ready?
I'm so excited for this.
Will shock you.
I don't know this.
You don't know this. Well, number 4 will shock you. Here we go. Okay, well, some of them aren't good. Some of them you won't like. But especially number 1, here we go. Piggy names. The number 1 most popular name for pigs, according to social media socials. I don't know if they lied about this as a prank or something, but this is what they posted. Sea of Thieves posted this. Number 1, well, sure, I guess I'll start at 10. We'll work down. 10 is Waddles. That's not too bad. Waddles the pig. Number 9. Is Wilbur. Wilbur, of course. Isn't Wilbur the name from Charlotte's Web? Is that the one?
Oh, yeah. It's the human from Mr. Ed, but it's probably the Charlotte's Web thing, considering...
I think it's the pig from Charlotte's Web.
Yeah.
It's a cross... It could be both. I think fans of Mr. Ed maybe also bought a pig.
So many fans of Mr. Ed in 2025, by the way. It's had a resurgence. At the pandemic, people discovered it.
And they're buying pigs in Sea of Thieves and naming them after Wilbur. So number 8 is named Truffles, because of course truffle pig. Pigs that find truffles is a concept in pigs. Number 7 is Porky Pig. Warner Brothers. We know that pig.
Original, yeah.
Number 6, John Pork. If that is a reference, then I don't know it. I could believe in John Hamm. That's a real guy. I've heard of John Hamm.
Is that like
that's a pig?
Fans of John Wick, but they don't know how puns or rhyming works even?
John Pork, let us know. Let us know in the live stream. Let us know on YouTube. Please. If we don't get it, let us know. I don't know.
Whine about it on the internet.
Number 5 is just called Pork Chop, which I feel like is not a reference. I think it's just a straight up thing. I named my pig Pork Chop. I like that. That's fine. I'm a pig owner. Number 4, we're going to come back to. Number 3 is named Pumbaa. All right. Well, that makes sense. That's from Lion King, Disney version of Lion King.
Right.
Not the non-existent version.
From the year 1994, the year the first Sea of Thieves game was released.
That's a fact. They've got the best jungle level of a platformer. Eat your heart out. Tropical freeze. Sorry. I don't know what I'm doing with that. But number 2 for pick names is just Bacon.
Wow.
Bacon. Now, all right, Kevin Bacon, I would think. They said what, John Pork?
Yeah.
I like the name Kevin Bacon for
Kevin Bacon is fun.
Bacon.
Because it's 6 degrees of separation. You can't be too far away from him, or else the whole fabric of the universe breaks down. But just bacon. That's not funny. That's just...
It's nothing.
It's
just
nothing.
It's nothing. It's just
like, yeah, at least you know
word
where your
association.
At least you know where your food's coming from. Most people don't. But all the same, I can't say I'm a fan of that.
Sorry, I just opened a beer and it started overflowing. I had to drink all the foam. So,
oh God, we're spiraling
two
quickly.
beers. Okay. Well,
two beers,
you're not
two
gonna
screens. Okay,
you're not gonna like number one. Number one is Hog Tua.
God, I hate everything. Right? Like,
Remember when we don't like the internet? Do you remember from before how we don't like the internet?
That's just really panning out to be an accurate assessment.
We really don't.
I really just want to pull up stakes and just leave. Just leave the planet. Not even like, you know what, the universe. I just want to shift timelines, please.
Well, Hyle, I'll bring it right back in. I can restore your faith in the humanity of the human people because I skipped over number 4.
Yeah.
Number 4 in the top 10 pig names for piggy pets in Sea of Thieves is Chris P. Bacon.
See, ordinarily I would be like, oh, a lot of Banjo-Tooie fans out there, but they're not Banjo-Tooie fans, Jeff. They just think they came up with that pun. They think they're so clever.
Well, it's still better than just calling it bacon.
That's true. I grant you that.
Tua.
Or Hog Tua, yeah. I grant you that. Yes, I agree. But, okay, just the other day, we were playing Sea of Thieves on DK Vine Stream of Thieves on twitch.tv/DK Vine. And we had an encounter with a 12-year-old. And they, Dre, our friend Dre, who was sailing with us, they started peppering them with questions like, you think TT should be added to Sea of Thieves? You know, really to get my engine revving about encountering a stranger. And they didn't know what Diddy Kong Racing was, but they said maybe their dad played it back in the day.
I was saving this for the season 16 episode because this happened during season 16 of Sea of
We're going to
Thieves.
bring it up then, too. It's a recent scar
we'll bring it up
on my
again,
psyche.
But there are times in Sea of Thieves when you just get decimated, when you get destroyed, and this crew, this person did not sink us, they did not steal from us, they did not hurt us in any material way.
Yeah.
But they destroyed us harder than any crew because they said the specific phrase, Diddy Kong Racing? Oh, I think my dad maybe played that.
Yeah.
That's a burn. That's a burn. That's a deep freaking cut. That hurts.
So the thing about Sea of Thieves, wildly popular, rarest most successful game ever. The problem with that, and it's not really a problem, it's a good thing, but the problem with that for me is that our bubble has been pierced. And all of these normies are coming in, and they don't know what Diddy Kong Racing is. They certainly don't know what Banjo-Tooie is. And so Chris P. Bacon, well, us freaks inside the bubble were like, oh yeah, from Jolly Roger's Lagoon in Atlantis, had the Game Boy camera taking pictures of fish. We all know that guy. Got the Union Jack swimming trunks. Nobody knows that character. Nobody cares about that character. They think Chris P. Bacon is a new pun they just came up with because they love frying up some bacon every weekend morning. They go gobble gobble. Chris P. Bacon, get it? That's a name. I'm going to name my pig that in Sea of Thieves. God, I'm funny.
You know, Hyle, before COVID, you would have loved this.
Are you saying what? Are you saying this is long?
I'm saying
COVID?
You're different. I'm saying that life is beating you down.
Oh, yeah.
The things that, you know, there was a hopeful Hyle once, and it's fine. But I will say that it is cool that in Sea of Thieves you can have a pet pig. That's my final thought.
We all love it. We all love it. Maybe don't name your pet pig after barbecue or cuts of meat because you should be nurturing that pig. You named it Tallahassee, and I love that.
Tallahassee, yeah. There's nothing pig related. There's no pun to my I don't know why I came up with it. I really don't.
Because it's
why
a
did
very
I call it
sexy
that?
name for a pig. And we'll let the...
Yeah, but I did say that the reason that her name is Tallahassee is that she has a tail and she has a C. So that's all you need. And that's why the city in Florida also got that name. It's named after my pig, who became the first mayor.
By the way, famous inland city in Florida. It's not like you can even sail there. Yet you have to like...
I didn't even know. I've never been. Why would I go to Tallahassee? If I'm going to go to Florida, by the way, I'm not. If I'm going to go to Florida, do you think I'm going to Tallahassee? Be ashamed. No, I'm not going to your town. I'm not going to Tallahassee. I'm not going to the Panhandle. I'm not going anywhere in the parts of Florida that would mutate a turtle into a ninja turtle. You're just freaking mutant parts of Florida. No,
by the way,
I wouldn't go there.
By the way, Jeff is just saying this because he really wants to visit Epic Universe, to go to Super Nintendo World, to go to Donkey Kong Country, to engage in the minecart madness. But if you live in Tallahassee and you're listening to this, no offense, I just admitted that I live near a museum called Cooters. That's based on the Dukes of Hazzard. The Dukes of Hazzard, by the way, wasn't even set in Virginia, and yet all the same, we have a museum based on it called Cooters. So we're all in this boat together, my friends.
Mine is bad too. My state is I don't know. It's only an 8.9 out of 10 on every category.
Sometimes the Piggly Wiggly doesn't have Vernors in stock.
Okay, we don't have Piggly Wiggly. We do have Kroger. We have Myers. Come on.
Myers! Okay, I took a shot in the dark there. I was like, what's the regional grocery store? Piggly Wiggly might be too far west. I'm going to go for it.
So, okay. Yep. But anyway, so if anyone online has heard of Myers, let us know in the chat. Shout out, say hashtag DK Vine Myers. Spell it correctly, or it won't show up on our hashtag. All right, we won't look for incorrectly spelled hashtags. All right,
Jeff.
So,
yes,
we have to move on.
We've
gotta.
God.
Fuck. During
Squelch.
the season, Hyle. Squelch. Trog. During the season, Hyle, there also was the 7th anniversary of Sea of Thieves, and I don't think we have a whole ton to say about it. In fact, I did not experience it at all myself as a player. I was absent.
Yeah,
but
it's one of those things. It just... This is also community weekend? I don't fucking know.
There was a community weekend. There was an anniversary event. I think there was cumulative goals that were supposedly based on past historical events in Sea of Thieves. So probably, I wasn't there, but probably they said, in honor of the Hungering Deep, if the community kills 1 trillion megalodons, then everyone gets $100. And there was some events along those lines. There was something about cake. I wonder if you could tell me, because I was absent. Yeah. This is probably the single season that I spent the least time personally engaged with, because I was talking to girls and touching grass. But could you tell me, what is this about a cake? There was a cake?
Yeah, I don't really remember the specifics, because this is one of those really half-baked things that I'm sure there is lore. I don't remember the lore because it wasn't interesting lore, but there were pieces of cake hidden around the Sea of Thieves, and it was supposed to be this huge mystery. You had to figure out where all the cake was, and if you found all the cake, I think you get a title or something. And the thing is, it wasn't that interesting or engaging, so we just looked it up. I think Amir. we just cribbed off Amir, and we just went to all the pieces of cake. And we said, yep, there's cake in Sea of Thieves. That's weird. And then we got the title. and we felt bad about ourselves. But honestly, I didn't give it another moment's thought because clearly I don't remember the damn cake thing because of how uninteresting it was.
Well, honestly, I'm genuinely disappointed by that because I didn't know, but I went into this podcast thinking like, oh, maybe the cake was interesting and Hyle can tell me all about it.
It was.
And it sounds like you didn't care. It sounds like it wasn't interesting.
I cared enough because of the FOMO. I had to get the title. But you know what, Jeff? 7th anniversary is nothing. Don't celebrate it. You can acknowledge it on social media and whatever, but don't make a big to-do about it.
Seventh anniversary is like, here's 7 challenges in Sea of Thieves, and do them to don't
even acknowledge it.
It's fine.
It's like, we only care about anniversaries of 5. Every 5 years, you can put on a show.
Well, anyways, Sea of Thieves it is maybe going to make it to 10 years. So at that rate, I would not tell them that they can only celebrate every 5 years because they will not make it to 15 or 20.
Oh, ye of little faith, Jeff. We're going to keep this alive.
I mean, I'm not even being hard on Sea of Thieves when I say that. I'm just saying how many video games make it to 15 years of active new event content support. I mean, that's just a Sea of Thieves. Well, I mean, we don't have to talk about this right now. What are the odds that there will be a 15th year anniversary event for Sea of Thieves? That's more than double. That's more than double where we're already at. That's a long time to look forward to.
Let's do it. It's on battle.net now. So
it is on battle.net now. So
expanding its horizons. It's going to be on the Nintendo DS.
First it was on Xbox, then it was on Steam, then it was on PlayStation 5, then it was on Battle.net. Next it's gonna be on cars. You can play it in your car. What else can
Sirius XM.
Sirius XM, all right. They could be buried treasures.
That's right.
Get Tom Petty involved. His ghost or his widow? I don't know.
No, there's ghosts in Sea of Thieves.
Right? The skeleton, Tom Toggs. Tom Toggs is... What if Tom Toggs is actually Tom Petty Toggs?
Tom Petty Toggs. And he's also TT.
What if Petty is a nickname? Oh, that old Tom Toggs is so petty. I hope he doesn't ever form a band with the Heartbreakers.
Wow, this is such great dialogue.
We have solved it, and we've written a couple of seasons for them, so they can just go ahead and use that. You're welcome. But let's move on. Oh,
when I said Jeff is a great game designer, I didn't mean 2 beers deep, Jeff.
Well, we'll say it's only 2, but do we care about talking about? There's a point in our bullet points.
Yeah,
I've put together bullet points. Hyle Russell is a friend of mine. He says to me every time, he says, how many bullet points do you have? And I said, well, about 16. And then I put them. And this one is about when you play the game Solitaire on your computer. And I thought to myself, should this be one of the ones there are? But I did put it, so yeah. I guess I'll tell our audience, if you've ever played Solitaire on your computer, they now have Sea of Thieves that.
So, yeah, they added a Sea of Thieves Solitaire theme for Microsoft Solitaire for the 7th anniversary. And there was the momentary panic at DK Vine. Is Microsoft Solitaire going to be DKU? Because this was just coming off at the time this happened. It was relatively recent. It was like a month prior. Tetris 99 became DKU because of the Donkey Kong Country Returns HD theme, which incorporated the sounds of Donkey and Diddy reacting whenever you do a Tetris. And it's like, this could happen with Microsoft Solitaire. The problem is, I've never been bored enough in my life to play Microsoft Solitaire. I don't have an office job, so I'm not just sitting there jerking off at my computer instead of doing my work. So, I don't have time. I'm a Donkey Kong journalist. I've got to keep my ear to the ground for all the Donkey Kong news. So I didn't know. I didn't know if this meant it was going to be DKU. What if Tom Togg showed up and was like, "Rah!" Every time you, I don't know, you got blackjack or something. I don't fucking know. I don't know cards. I'm not a gambler. I'm not a casino man. So anyway, it's like, no, there's no sound. It's silent. And this is just, these are just cards with Sea of Thieves characters on them, but they're not actual characters. And I was like, oh, okay, so Microsoft Solitaire is not going to be DKU. But what a whirlwind of a day that was for me, Jeff.
Yeah, it is. It is true. You may have had the hardest day of anyone this year on this planet Earth, but I think that's all we really can say. I mean, it was we just get it. We feel for you, but we do get it.
Yeah.
There were nothing else. The 7th anniversary, there was the Solitaire, there was the anniversary thing. There were drops, sales in the Emporium, community weekend. It's all fine. Then there came another update, and this is what I alluded to. Each month of the season, they added new features. So then there came March. Marched on. 2025 March is when they added the next. I just threw in the year there because I know that some of our listeners don't tune into this until later.
That's right.
So I like to throw in the year once in a while. Just
future.
What is the year right now? What's the current year that I'm recording for the people in the future you're listening? So March update. Hyle, this was not a huge update. There was one main tool and a sort of cool, interesting background feature. But I liked it a lot. Here's what was included. First of all, they added in the hunting spears, a new tool. It's a emergent weapon, sort of like, I guess you could compare it to the trident. What's the trident called? The Trident of Dark Tides?
You got it. You got it. First try.
I got it. It's so hard to think of all the syllables. The Trident. So this is just a weapon you can find. You can find it washed up on shores. You could also buy it from the new Hunter's Call representative that is on the outposts, who sells bait crates and hunting spears. Before, the bait crates used to be sold at the merchants, but it makes sense that the bait crates are now sold at the Hunter's Call, and they've also got the hunting spears, hunting spears. So yeah, these are cool. Yeah. You find them, you can throw them like a spear. I mean, as you expect. It all operates as intended, as expected. You also can load them into a cannon, and you can launch them into a ship. If you launch them into a Megalodon or a Kraken, you're going to do pretty massive amounts of damage if you don't miss.
Right.
If you do miss, if you miss, you're screwed. That's nothing. But if you hit a ship, a pirate ship, it will embed itself in the hull of the ship. So you're doing a damage, you're putting a hole in, it's putting a small amount of water in, but you've created this interesting problem because if they want to remove it, it is sort of a long ordeal to remove it. And once it is removed, you turn a small hole into a big hole. So you kind of hit them with a bunch of ticking time bombs of, well, you're going to have to deal with that problem later, and when you do, it will become bigger. That's I guess that's kind of how it works.
Yeah. I've never actually done it. I've never actually hit another ship with a hunting spear yet, so I can't speak from personal experience.
Yeah, I haven't either, because for me, I just love walking around with them and throwing them at stuff. Even players or skeletons or anything, it's fun to launch the spear. They, through the middle point of the season, actually, after this initial... How do I say this? After the second month update, which introduced hunting spears, they later, I guess in the third month update, improved hunting spears. They buffed them. They made it so that they are a one-hit kill on players, but if you kill a player with a hunting spear, the hunting spear is used up. It's like a one-use insta-kill. I can get an insta-kill on anybody, but it's a one-time use. Or I can throw it around at wildlife. I can launch it at a megalodon. Again, if you launch it at a megalodon, that's also a one-use hit, because you're not getting that back. The megalodon is out there. It's in the ocean. It's in the ocean, Hyle.
Yeah.
So you're not getting that back. But it's fun. It's a cutie. It's what do you think of it? It's neat. I feel like a Lord of the Fly.
It's one of those very not elemental but very thematic things that just fits Sea of Thieves, and you're surprised it took 7 years to bring it into the game.
Yeah, most definitely. It seems like something that maybe could have been there from the beginning. I understand why it didn't launch at the beginning, but it's interesting. I kind of wonder if it occupies a very unique niche or not. It seems like, I mean, at any given time, why would I use a hunting spear? Potentially when I have so many other things I could be using. What makes the hunting spear the best at the one thing that it does? I'm not sure if there is an answer to that. That being said, I guess it's cool that it exists. The fact that you can buy 5 of them at the start of a session and then take them out, and then I suppose that they work really good at killing Megs or Krakens or launching into ships. That's maybe what the pitch of them is. I'm into that, and that's cool. It just seems like mechanically they don't work all that much different than any of the other weapons we have. We have projectiles, we have throwables, we have guns. So I don't know. It's not super exciting.
It's not, but it's fun to stick them in your ship because you got to put them somewhere.
That's true. It's a little bit like the throwing knives from season 12.
Yeah.
It's fun to just throw them around and then go pick them back up.
Yeah. But this is bigger, so it makes you feel more powerful.
Yeah, I would hate to be as small as a throwing knife. That's not me. I'm a more of a hunting spear type of guy.
You are. You're definitely a hunting spear. I've always said that about you.
Thanks, Hyle. I appreciate you. We're such a good friends. The March update of Sea of Thieves Season 15 also added one other big thing, which is not really a thing. It's not really a feature. It's not really an event. It's not really a activity. It's not really an opportunity. It's not really an obstruction. It's sort of the least important thing. However, in a way, it's the most important thing because it is an ambient element of the gameplay. It is ambient wildlife. This is something that enhances the entire experience of the game. It's just feeling lived in. The world the depth of it. They've added a bunch of animals that you can encounter that you cannot really interact with, but they're just visually a part of the world.
Yeah. It's about time. I have always thought there has been a surprising amount of just barrenness to the Sea of Thieves. Like, it's just been completely lacking in the wildlife you would expect. I mean, you've got like ambient fish in the water, and then of course there's the animals that just exist, but they're in service to the merchant quest, so you can catch chickens or pigs or snakes, and then there's the sharks that will spawn on you. But as far as just wildlife that's existing to exist, you might get some birds, you might get some parrots, and you'll get the seagulls, but they've always indicated something like a shipwreck or flotsam in the water. So to have just more wildlife, that's just there for flavor. That's just there for the textual feel of adventuring and romping through tropical islands. This is something I have thought should have been in the game from the start. And obviously they had other priorities, but it's cool that they finally found a way to get around to it. And so we've got lizards. We've got little lizards. I don't know what kind of lizards they are, if they're like skinks or whatever, but they will occasionally be seen, but they're skittish. So if you get too close, they will scurry under a rock, and then they're gone.
Yes, they do. I mean, we can list them. I did want to point out there already is a little bit of this in Sea of Thieves. I don't want to say that there's none of this. There's when you have dove in the water in Sea of Thieves, you have been able to see little just visual flourishes of fish that are around, even though they're not fish you can catch. And those are usually they're little splash tails and stuff that they exist. Parts of Sea of Thieves have had ambient seagulls and bats forever. Yes. Bats have been around. Those existed. Just if we're just talking about visual animals you can see. By the way, all the way back in season 5 added the visual cue of rats on your ship when you are taking on water.
That's right. So
if you're taking on water, you can see rats fleeing from the lower decks to the higher decks, which is a nice visual cue that serves a gameplay purpose. It's nice. I like that. But yeah, so it's always been obvious. There's a lot more they could do with ambient wildlife. As Hyle said, there's lizards. I'll tell you a couple more. I will tell you a couple more. There's jellyfish.
Yeah, love the jellyfish.
They're in the water. They are made of jelly. They have 8 or 10 tentacles. I'm not sure. I don't know the anatomy.
Yeah, I don't think they're called tentacles, but yes, they're definitely.
Are they not? Well, we'll find out.
No, they're not.
Someone will tell us. Let us know.
But yeah, the jellyfish, they're lovely. You don't always encounter them, but then when you do, they're there. And did you know that a school of jellyfish is not actually called a school? It's a smack of jellyfish.
They've got one of these for every animal, huh?
They do, yeah. It's a little education.
We like that.
We like to have you learn something while we're also discussing Sea of Thieves.
It's like how a group of gorillas is called a band, and that band is sort of like a band, but everybody in the band plays bongos, and all of the bongos are made of plastic.
That's right, and they're performing Rock Lobster by the B-52s.
Or maybe they're performing Wild Thing by the Trogs.
Could be.
So it could be. They might. So another one you might see with regards to in terms of wildlife, seagulls will now sometimes fly alongside your ship. Now, there have been seagulls in Sea of Thieves already, of course. Seagulls will circle shipwrecks and resource barrels and various points of interest out in the water. But now there's some seagulls that will fly not just in a circle, but they will fly parallel. They're parallel birds, Hyle.
Love it.
Parallel birds will sometimes join your crew.
Yeah, and it's such a nice visual, too, because, yeah, a seagull will follow a ship, just fly by a ship, because they want a French fry. They're hungry. And
That's
they're
true.
like, people have French fries.
Pirates often are frying vats of oil to fry potatoes with.
So it's always nice when you're just sailing around and then there's just a few seagulls fly next to you. You're like, hell yeah. A flock of seagulls. That's a band.
That's a band. It's not old enough for me. I'm sorry, Hyle. I'm not doing it. I need my bands to be 70s. I'm not doing 80s. We're not doing 80s.
Too contemporary for Jeff.
It's too much. Iran? No, not happening. But that said, I always, actually for a long time, I envisioned this idea of, as you're sailing along with the ship, what if when you're, there's a moment in Sea of Thieves when your sails get full billow, there's a audio cue where you get a little bit of music, where all three sails, like a sting. And now they sort of have the seagulls follow you. But I have been saying for a long time, it would be cool if that was the moment when dolphins would jump up and down out of the water. Sort of dolphin jumping along the side of you. That would have been cool. Obviously, dolphin jumping is more... it's asking for more. But it would have been neat.
It would have been neat. The Dolphin is the GameCube, and that's owned by Nintendo. So they can't put dolphins in Sea of Thieves.
No. Cranky was making the next Dolphin game, and that's why. But there were also bats. Sometimes when you enter a cave, you can get swarmed by bats. That's one of the ambient things.
There's more bats now than there used to be.
There already were some bats, but now it's like you could get a bat fly out at you.
Yeah. It's like, ah!
Yeah,
and then your parents get shot in an alley.
Yeah, and now you're determined to fight for justice in Gotham.
That's right. I love all this because you know me. I love wildlife. I especially love wildlife.
Sure do.
You don't have to kill. You don't have to slaughter any of this. They just exist alongside you, which is how I like to be. But of course, I'm going to be upset. I'm going to be a little bit peevish that there are no ambient monkeys in the trees.
There's not ambient monkeys.
Should be there.
There should be. Now, see, that's interesting because I actually have an idea of an idea I've had in Sea of Thieves for a while, and I guess it ties into your monkey idea. Here's my pitch. There should be a very random emergent chance as you're running around an island that you encounter a random species of animal, let's say a monkey or a parrot or a cat or a dog, etc. And if you encounter them, you now, for the duration of your session, you have this option to sort of befriend a little guy. So, okay, I have met a wild monkey. And if I give him a banana, I can befriend him. So I give him the banana. Now I befriend him. And for the duration of my session, I have a friend who's a monkey. This operates essentially exactly as the pet system currently operates. You now have a pet for all intents and purposes, but it only lasts for your session. Okay, so the idea behind it is you could randomly encounter a creature that could become your pet. You have that pet now for the duration of your session, and that operates as a demo of what it would be like to have a pet. And now you say, oh, I should buy some ancient coins, and I should go to the Pirate Emporium, and I should buy a pet, because I've had the experience of what it would be like if I had a pet. So I want to buy one. I want to give Sea of Thieves money. Sea of Thieves /Rare /Microsoft, I want to give you money, because I have had a demo of the experience of what it would be like to have a pet. I want that. I want to have done that. So let's hang out. Let's be buddies.
It's like
that's a way. But it would be cool. You're running around an island, you see a monkey, and then you befriend that monkey for a temporary time. Yeah.
It's like taking the classroom pet home for the weekend. It's not yours. It's not yours to keep, but you get the experience of nurturing and loving this little furry creature that's dependent upon you.
Right. Like you get to nourish the furry creature, and then you tell your parents, like, I want a snail too, or whatever. And then they get you one, and then you have one. So I think that is, well, it's fun for players too, because how it would create a lot of stories if we were running around, let's say, a stream of thieves. We already have pets. We already are invested, but we're running around, we're doing our thing, and randomly we encounter an emergent monkey. And this emergent monkey wants to be friends with us. So one of us has to say hi. It's up to us to decide who. You know, Hyle says, well, I already have Pepito out. I don't want to say hi to this character. But I will say, you know what? You've already got Pepito out. I don't have anybody out. I'll say hi to this emergent creature. So I say hi. Now this freak, this little monster that we've discovered, he joins us for our session, and he becomes a part of our story, and he impacts our day. And for the next, let's say, 2 hours, maybe some funny stuff happens, and we say, well, you know, hey, I named this guy, Trash Can, and freaking the Trash Can stream was the funniest stream we had this month. I loved playing with Trash Can. Trash Can was the best little monkey. Every time we did anything, it was so funny because Trash Can was there. And it would be a funny little emergent thing that came up. But if you never had any pets, it would be a totally different experience, because when you come across the emergent pet, you get to have a pet for one stream. You get to have a pet for one day. You discovered an emergent monkey. You befriended him. Now you get to experience what it's like to have this monkey. It's a storytelling thing when you discover random pets, but also it's a marketing thing. It's a funny story when you meet them, but it also markets the Pirate Emporium. It markets to people, this is what it's like to have a pet, so go buy one. Anyway, I don't know.
No.
It could be fun.
Again, you got great ideas. Even when you're 2 beers deep, apparently.
I'm 2 beers deep. I have some ideas. What did we say? We already said the clams. We already said bats. Okay. What about, we already said clams. Clams are over. We already said bats. Sea of Thieves. It's gonna come to battle.net.
It's already on battle.net, but yes, they announced it back in April.
They announced it in March. It happened in April.
No, it just happened. It just happened last week.
They announced it in.
They announced it in April. It happened in May.
I could be wrong, but I put it in my notes that it announced in March. I could be wrong. Let's move on.
All right.
Let's move on. They were going to come to Battle.net, and then eventually they did. And with regards to Battle.net, they also announced they're going to do a skin for Sea of Thieves with regards to pirate ships that is based on Destiny.
Yes.
Destiny is a big-time IP made by Blizzard.
Paul McCartney did a song for it.
Sure.
Hope for the Future. It played during the end credits, Jeff.
I know this.
It was on the Paul McCartney compilation Pure McCartney.
I have that.
Yeah. Hope for the Future.
So, for our audience, just so you know, Paul McCartney is a man who was once in a band called the Beatles.
That's right. Another man in a band. This one was called the Beatles. He was also in a later band called Wings.
Wings.
Yeah.
Wings was one. Wow. We should, this is a lot to explain. How we should start a podcast that's just about all that.
We should. We honestly should, because we've got to get it out of our system.
We need to bisect it from this bullshit.
Our little bodies can't hold it in anymore. It's dying to come out.
So Sea of Thieves, they did do a Battle.net launch, and they did a Destiny-themed ship set. In fact, there were 3 different ship sails and figureheads, which represented, I guess, in the video game Destiny, 3 different classes of your character, which have lore resonance. I've never played Destiny. I won't pretend to know about it, but I know that the Sea of Thieves ship set represented all of that. There was all of that. They also, in Sea of Thieves, over the course of this same time frame, launched some specialty sales to commemorate the launch of an Xbox Studios video game called South of Midnight.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That game, which looks awesome. I really would like to get around to playing that one. That game, they did a commemorative sales for that. It's been a while. Yeah, go ahead.
They also did a bunch of Battle.net sales if you pre-ordered the game or whatever. I forget the actual criteria, but you would get the sales based on World of Warcraft and.
Oh, did they really? What?
Yeah,
I missed this.
Well, because you don't read DKVine.com. I did a whole story about this.
Every time I prepare one of these episodes, I go through Sea of Thieves social media, and I just go post by post. Say whatever Sea of Thieves posted about, that's what I'll add to my episode notes. And apparently, I missed this.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm sorry.
So
this is the first time.
It's fine. It's fine. Let me explain though, because I had to refresh my memory. The Battle.net sales, they're not good. They're not good, Jeff, because they have sales that are based on World of Warcraft, Overwatch, Hearthstone, and Diablo. But you know how but you know how they always do this really clever incorporation of a game's visuals,
incorporate into Sea of Thieves lore.
Into Sea of Thieves, yeah. They didn't do that with this because I guess Blizzard was like, no, you just have to use the actual Overwatch logo, the big O you've just got to put that on a sale. We won't have you gussy it up with your piratical ways. And
that makes me want to die.
Yeah, it sucks. And so they're not even off kilter. You know how everything in Sea of Thieves is a little wonky, a little wobbly looking?
Yeah.
These are just like
Are they not?
perfect emblems. Yeah. So wasn't a fan of that. Jeff, I'm going to link you to the DK Vine article because I've got the image as the
How did I miss this? Like literally my usual way of I keep up with Sea of Thieves and I keep up with Rare. But my usual way of being like, well, I will go through and I will make sure I didn't miss anything is I will just go to their social channel and I will follow post by post. What did they post over the last, 3 months?
Uh-huh.
And apparently I missed this. This is either it wasn't in the feed I was looking, or I misunderstood it, or I just missed it entirely.
It's because the internet was a mistake, Jeff. The
internet's not good. It's not good. No.
No. But there you go. They're terrible. They're not up to the usual standards.
And if I did see this, I probably just didn't even know what I was looking at. What is this? I don't know what Overwatch is. I don't know what World of Warcraft's logo looks like. I am bad at gamesmanship. But you're right. It is a little frustrating. Now that I'm looking at it, it's like, okay. I can see there's a player who's like, I want to sail around Sea of Thieves, and my ships are going to be the logo for World of Warcraft. I can imagine that, but it bothers me because so far they have done a good job of saying we will reference another IP, we will pay homage to it, we will celebrate it, but we will make our own unique version of that that fits inside of Sea of Thieves. And now I'm like, okay, well, if you can just sail around with a logo for World of Warcraft, why can't you just sail around with the freaking Banjo-Kazooie logo? Like, the Banjo, right? The Banjo-Kazooie ship is this, like, stylized Baron bird, ancient hieroglyph.
What this is going to open up, though, if they keep going down this route, is eventually there's going to be the Arby's roast beef sandwich on your sale.
Like the oven mitt?
Is it an oven mitt? I don't even know what Arby's logo.
The oven mitt mascot. There was an oven mitt mascot for a while.
Hamburger Helper. Yeah.
Oh, that's how... No. Hamburger Helper is a 5-fingered glove. The Arby's oven mitt is a mitt with the one... There's a difference between a mitt and a glove.
Yeah.
A mitt has one big round fingers, and then a glove has 5 fingers.
Sorry, excuse me. I apologize to all the oven mitts who might be offended out there.
So, anyways, we think they should do better, but also, what other types of IP-based ship sets could they do? Now, I know you're gonna say rare-based IPs. I know I know you are.
Yeah.
But can I quick spin some I know that you don't care, but they've done so many non-rare IPs, and but there's some that they haven't done that I wish they'd done, and I want to pitch them so quick. Can I please?
Just be quick, Jeff, because we are approaching 3 hours on this. Oh my God.
We only have 2 more to go, but I will say, okay. IP-based ship sets that they have not yet done, that they should have yet to have done.
Oh, okay.
Let's say the Xbox or Microsoft IP. I would have loved one for them to have done a promotion for the game Grounded. They did a promotion for Ori. They did a promotion for Bleeding Edge. They did freaking... What else did they do? I mean, they did a bunch of these. Why did they not do a ship set for Grounded? Grounded is the video game equivalent of the movie Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. And that's a great movie. It's a very fun video game. But you can imagine a ship set where you're based on Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. You've got big grass blades and giant ants and spiders. And that's fun. Insects and grass blades based ship design. That's fun. Okay, next one. Why did they never do Minecraft? Okay, Microsoft owns Rare. Microsoft's biggest IP is Minecraft. Minecraft just came out with a movie. The Minecraft movie is the biggest movie that has yet happened probably so far. So, why haven't you done a Minecraft-based ship set? Well, it's dumb. Do one. Have one. Let's have some. Yes, have some. Okay. The next one and the last one I will say, before we talk about Rare IP, because I understand, that's the point of this podcast. Last one I'll say, Psychonauts, Xbox owns Psychonauts, Xbox released Psychonauts 2 after they bought Double Fine, after they bought the studio that made Psychonauts. They released Psychonauts 2, and then they didn't make a Psychonauts 2 based ship set. Psychonauts 2 is a 3D platformer that appeals to fans, and it is good, and it's cool. Why did they do fucking Bleeding Edge, but they didn't do Psychonauts? Why did they Gears of War and Halo, but they didn't do Psychonauts? Do Psychonauts. Okay. That's all I have to say.
Is that out of your system? Are you done?
It's out of my system. I'm actually pretty cool. I'm good.
Okay. I won't belabor this point because we do need to move on. But I would like to point out that there's never been a ship set for the 2003 Sea of Thieves game, Grabbed by the Ghoulies. And I think that's criminal. I know nobody cares about Grabbed by the Ghoulies except us and ours. And fine. I understand we're little freaks and they don't care about us. But you know what? It's a game full of monsters and mayhem and zombie pirates. And you could, at the very least, do a pretty spiffy ship set or 2 or 3 based on that game. And it would be attractive and alluring and sexy for those who don't even know what Grabbed by the Ghoulies is. Because here's the thing, they did it for Saberwolf. And I guarantee most of those people, those 12-year-olds we encounter in Sea of Thieves, they have never heard about Saberwolf. And if you explained it to them, they would hate you for it.
It's a fact. Nobody cares about Saberwolf. Except, okay, maybe my way of pitching it is not to say that nobody cares. I will say that as many people care about Saberwolf as care about Grabbed by the Ghoulies. That's fun. True. That's cute. By the way, while we're on the subject, I just think that there is potential for more than one set based on Banjo-Kazooie.
Yes.
Or more than one set based on Killer Instinct, etc. Like, you've got the Banjo set. Why not have the Mumbo Jumbo set? Why not have the Gruntilda the Witch set? You've got Killer Instinct. The set they have kind of culminates with Kilgore, although they have
Kilgore.
Fulgore. I'm sorry,
Kilgore
but they
is from Styx.
I know. No, that's
band.
Kilroy. No, that's Kilroy.
Oh,
Kilroy.
Sorry, I just wanted to reference.
Get right. I know. We do want to reference our bands. Kilroy. Although they've already done references to Spinal, they've done references to Fulgore. But you could do a Killer Instinct set based on another fighter. You could do a Banjo franchise set based on Gruntilda, the witch, etc., etc., etc.
Topper the carrot. Yeah.
You could do a Banjo franchise set based on the Jinjos. That's a whole category. But we are 3 hours into this podcast, and we do have so much more to talk about. So we have to move on. We have to. We must. We have to. We truly must. Sea of Thieves always offers so much to talk about. But in the April update, we've talked about the February update. We've talked about the March update. There was one final update.
April 2025.
April 4/20, 25. The last wave of this Hunter's Call season added 2 main features and then a variety of additional stuff. So let's talk about it. Okay. There was initially that fish finder voyage, that treasure, what do they call them? Treasured
fishes.
No, not treasured fishes. Yes, treasured fishes. Okay. I'm sorry. I kept thinking they're not trophied, they're treasured. Okay, yeah, they're treasured fishes. I'm sorry. There was that, but they've added another one. The next another one is Meg voyages. Okay, well, we've got a voyage where you can go fishing. Well, what about a voyage where you can go hunt down Megs? They did it, and they fucked it right the fuck up. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so rude, but I don't like the way that they did it.
No. I like elements of this, like the very end, but everything leading up to it is a huge misfire. This sucks.
All right, well, okay, it's right on. Hyle Russell usually hates to say when something sucks, but you've just heard it. It's not great. So let me tell you what it is. You go on this voyage, and you are given I guess it's an ancient spyglass. It's an enchanted spyglass. This spyglass, which is, in Sea of Thieves terms, that's a telescope. You can look through it to look around, and this one has 2 modes, 2 lenses. You can look through the wide lens or the narrow lens, and you use this to look around and see magically visible lines of movement, magically visible move lines.
It's supposed to be the Meg's movement that you're tracking magically, but it just looks like stink lines in a cartoon.
Yeah, it's just some wavy red lines that you can see when you look through the magic eye, and ooh, that's, in my opinion, that's lame. I don't think that's cool. It's lame. But you look through the thing, it says, here's stink lines. They're going to tell you where to go. And then you go there, and then you get there, and then you fight the Meg. And once you fought the Meg, guess you better look through that thing again and find another way to go.
Yeah, you're not just fighting the Meg like you would a traditional Meg fight. You're doing little bursts of Meg fighting, and then a Meg's like, I'm out of here. I've had enough of you. Bye. And scurries away, and so you have to follow the stink lines again.
So you're tracking a Meg. I guess the idea is that a Meg has been tearing through and wrecking some ships and leaving wrecks in its wake.
Yeah.
And so the first thing is, all right, well, look around and locate a wreck. Well, okay. Then let's follow these stink lines and find where this Meg went. We get there. Oh, well, the Meg where the wreck is now, okay, well, we'll fight a Megalodon and then we'll kill it with regards to fighting. But it's not dead because it's going to flee. Well, okay, then we look. And it's now going to lead us to the next one. And, is there a location or for perhaps a stink direction? And then you follow. And indeed it goes and goes and goes until you culminate with defeating the Meg. You have to fight it several times. and then you defeat it. And I guess at the end, it's kind of cool because you get this sort of shipwreck that is defeated. And I will give credit that the sound design and the music is awesome. I mean, perfection.
Never have a problem with Robin Beanland and crew. They do a fantastic job.
I agree, but I don't even know if it's Robin Beanland because I know that Chloe and they have a big music team that do awesome work. So I don't know for sure that Robin Beanland did this music, but the whole Sea of Thieves music team did an amazing job. They all should be proud of the music on this. And there's a lot of elements of it that in terms of the action enjoyment of it is all great.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll say this. My big wonder is it's confusing to me that they would put you on this, okay, follow the magic stink lines to attract megalodons. There's not a lot of lore to that. There's not a lot of backstory or build up to that, or that sets you up for this, that says that the Hunter's Call has a magic spyglass that can track the scent travel paths of megalodons to follow them. Which in general, I could forgive that, but during the course of Sea of Thieves adventures, they already did an event where you could summon megalodons.
Right.
They did an entire story that said, here, this is how you go about constructing a scented special flare that when launched into the air will attract megalodons to a specific fight location. And that was a moment in the history of Sea of Thieves. And now it just really begs the question when you get to this situation. It says, well, why wouldn't they just repeat that mechanic and turn it into a permanent mechanic? You've already done it. You've already done it once. So why wouldn't you make that the permanent part of the game?
Yeah, my biggest problem with this whole voyage is the enchanted spyglass and the stink lines. If you cut that out, I like the unique elements to it with the shipwreck and the music, and like there's a lot to enjoy about it, but the lead up to it is such a slog. And yeah, they've done better ways of doing this in the past. And if there's one thing I would like a break from in Sea of Thieves, it's enchanted spyglasses. Or magic compasses that point a certain way. It's played out.
It does feel like a sort of a cheat. It feels like a shortcut. It feels in this case especially like, okay, I mean, there are more lore inclusive ways to do this. If you want to, especially because what we're talking about is the Hunter's Call. Now, the Hunter's Call, the Hunter's trading company, they're not magic users. They're not, sorcerers or but their whole thing should be tracking. Their whole thing should be, can I construct a lure? Can I track a scent? It should, in my opinion, it should all be grounded in reality. They should not be using any sort of cursed enchantment that says, oh, this is the thing that just lets you see something magically. I can see their path by the means of magic. No, I can buy that the hunters can see the path the megalodon went, but the way that they can see that path, it should not be through an enchantment. It should be they can see that path because they are scent trackers. And in order to do so, they have to construct okay, I have to track the scent by doing the thing. And then I can see the path. That would make some logical sense as hunters and trackers. That's what the hunter's call should be. There's a lot of factions in Sea of Thieves that can and will use magic, and magic in Sea of Thieves is fine. It oftentimes comes in the course not of straight sorcery, but of like just cursed objects and that sort of thing. But the hunter's call of all factions should probably be the least likely to be associated with enchantments and cursed objects.
No, I agree.
The whole thing is they are nature-based hunters and fishermen.
It's all based on stink and bodily fluids with them.
So it's not ideal. We don't love it. I think they should have brought back the mechanic they already had, where you could construct the lure that you would launch that would attract the Megalodon fight, and then you'd have one. That's fine. We talked at length earlier about how I think that if you have an option to summon a Megalodon, all of your Megalodon's fights, they should count towards your commendations. But maybe the odds would be worse. Maybe you have a less chance of getting a Shrouded Ghost, but it still counts.
Yeah.
That's one of my opinions. But
it's a good one.
Overall, I don't love the mechanics of this voyage, but they did do a great job, again, as we said, with, I guess, the pacing of it. You get this big shipwreck at the end and the musical build-up and then payoff. The music, the sort of, I guess you'd call that the sort of the build up of the voyage is all good, even if I don't love the mechanics.
Yeah, I like the end. I like the end of it, and I can like the elements that are part of the build up, just not the actual connective tissue, if that makes any sense. Yeah, but
that's not the. Oh yeah, hit it.
I was going to say it gets better though, because the other big update in the last little bit of the month and the last little bit of the season even was the addition of wild boars. And this isn't just ambient wildlife. This isn't just, you might see a boar rustling about in the bushes. This is a new, there is ambient boars, but they'll still attack you. They'll still be interactable. And then there are actual voyages you can go on as well. Hunting.
That's right. So there's a new voyage for hunting a wild boar, but also wild boars can appear emergently on islands, but they're not, like Hyle said, they're not just like, seeing seagulls flying above. They are interactable mobs. I use the word mobs. I learned that word from the video game Minecraft. Minecraft is a game that is DKU, actually, by the way.
Yes.
Although it feels so off topic to bring it up, but it is DKU. Minecraft, in my opinion, has and maybe it's just because I haven't played a lot of these kinds of games, but it has the best approach to quote-unquote mobs of any game I've ever played. Minecraft has randomly emergent enemies that will spawn and attack you, much like skeletons in Sea of Thieves or sharks or anything. Minecraft does it, in my opinion, 10 times better than Sea of Thieves. It has 10 times or greater the variety of types of monsters that can attack you, but they all are thematic and interesting, and there's so many cool enemies. Sea of Thieves has cool stuff. You've got skeletons, you've got ocean crawlers, you've got phantoms, you've got sirens, sharks, megalodons, krakens. But Sea of Thieves is like, holy crap. Minecraft probably has 10 times more types of things that can attack you, and they all fit into contextual situations with their different biomes. If I'm in the forest, I'm going to encounter different stuff than when I'm in the winter tundra. It's all good. I don't know why I'm talking about Minecraft all of a sudden, but what else? How did I get here, and how do I get back? I'll find my way. My way back is that we're talking about wild boars, I think.
This is Not My Beautiful Podcast. It's a band.
This is Not My Beautiful Wife. You can fight the boars, or you can find them emergently, and that adds to the emergent opportunities in Sea of Thieves. Now,
Yes.
I've been hoping that Sea of Thieves would add more to the emergent opportunities for a long time. The last time they did so was Season 6, when they added ocean crawlers, phantoms, sirens in the ocean. But I've often thought that there could be a lot more land-based threats like the boars.
And I really
now-
like the boars because they're not supernatural. They're very
Yes.
down to earth. They're things you would encounter on a tropical island, and they would pose a minor threat.
No, totally agreed. And that ties very, I think, perfectly into the Hunter's Call. The Hunter's Call being the people that say, we are out here to be fishermen and hunters. We want to immerse ourselves in nature and hunt the natural wildlife. If that's what the Hunter's Call are about, you can't just have fish. If you're just gonna have fish, then you should call them the Fisherman's Clan instead of the Hunter's Call. Like, if you're gonna call them the Hunter's Call, then you need to have fish, and you need to also have, like, something that's not fish. If the only thing they fight are fish, megalodons, and krakens, then that is a fucking fisher clan. That's not a hunter clan.
Right.
Right? Like, I think that the Hunter's Call always needed to have an added variety, but the game never had land-based animal threats or monster threats. You've got skeletons, and that's it. And by the way, I've always wanted more variety in that regard. I am still, after this season, fucking livid and just shocked that there is no threat in the entirety of Sea of Thieves that flies. There's not a flying, there's no bird, there's no dragon, there's no witch, there's no flying threat in the whole game. There's nothing that flies whose a body is not attached to the ground. There's no flying threat in the whole game. There's not a freaking vulture. There's not a giant skeleton bird. There's not a dragon. There's nothing.
No.
Why, when you're adding a Hunter's Call expansion, would you not add more types of land threats? They've added one. They've added this wild boar.
And I would say it's a good one. It's a great addition because they'll gore you. They will
They'll gore you.
knock you back. And Dustin, who we went on a boar hunting voyage with when they just added it. You weren't on that stream, Jeff, but Dustin was. And Dustin was overcome with bloodlust. I've never seen Dustin this vicious or murderous. But Dustin was taking glee in slaughtering these boars who did him wrong.
Something about it. You know, I have read The Lord of Fly and the
That's what
rest.
it's called.
But there is a way when the people get to have the, spear in the island and the lack of police, where we want to have to do it, and then we get to, and it's fun to do murder Dustin, I think, experienced that. He wanted to, and he got to.
It's a feeling of evil that can overtake you. It can be intoxicating. It's how the Toolbox Killer came about, I'm sure.
Yes, right. And that's probably how he met John Ford Coley. What I'll say about with regards to Sea of Thieves, we'll talk more about the hogs or the boars, but I guess my main takeaway is that yes, they did the fishing voyage, which was whatever. They did the Meg voyage, which was whatever. And then they do this hunting thing where you say, okay, you can go on a hunt for a Meg, you could go on a hunt for a tusk, a boar. I think that the hunt for the animal should have been the whole focus of the season, and there should have been multiple types, and there should have been like more. Okay, you've hunted these boars. Let me ask you, did you think that it was interesting? Did you think that there was a lot of opportunity for variety in a boar hunt? Or did you think that a boar hunt kind of went one way?
The thing that makes it interesting is just the terrain of the island itself. It like a hunt, you know? And trying to figure out where the boar is, maybe finding evidence of it, although I would say the evidence is kind of paltry, and you're more just likely to stumble across it than you are to see the footprints, or to find its, what are they called?
Wallow?
Where they hide the treasure?
Is it a wallow or a hallow or a
boar's wallow. And they've got actually treasure that's only partially buried. That's a great touch, by the way. I
do like the wallow.
Yeah, they're able to incorporate kind of like a magpie element to the boar and have a treasure component.
Yeah. It buries treasure. That's very cute.
Yeah. And it's very vicious. It's very territorial. So you don't feel as bad taking it down because it's more out of self-defense than anything, like when a snake spits you in the game. But yeah, like, I enjoyed it, although I'm sure doing several in quick succession would get monotonous. But as a every now and again thing, it was one of the more enjoyable things of the season.
Well, I mean, I liked it fine. I did like it.
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing that, like, okay, if I look at what this loop is, I like it. Then I look at, okay, what's the loop of going to fight a skeleton and beating it? Well, I like that too. But I do it 10,000 times, so it's not, like, that interesting anymore. And in fact, now I look at it and I'm like, well, now I've done it 10,000 times. I'm like, well, okay, well, is killing skeleton, is that a good design? Is that fun? Is that anything? Now I'm like, okay, well, the game has been around 7 years, so you are going to add a new thing. Your new thing is the boar. Is the boar more interesting than the skeleton? The answer is yes, but like not by a lot. And how interesting is it? How long is it going to be interesting? I don't know. And here's my issue with it. I'll tell you, Hyle, I've decided I'm not even afraid to just be the critical mind. The Hunter's Call is themed around hunting.
Yeah.
They're also themed around cooking. They're themed around fishing. Now, there's so many tools and elements in the game that you could incorporate into this that they just didn't. Why? Okay, all right. So you're the hunters, and you're going to go on a hunt for an elusive, extravagant mammal beast, a game. You're hunting big game. The video game Sea of Thieves has the mechanic for traps. The video game Sea of Thieves has the mechanic for stealth. It has hiding. It has barrel hiding. It has the mechanic for cooking special ingredients. But none of these things come into play when you go on a hunt for an elusive big game. If I want to track down that big boar, it really mechanically does not matter if I want to hide in a chest or a barrel. It does not mechanically matter too much if I set traps. It does not mechanically matter too much if I am good at cooking a thing. Any of those could have played into it as mechanical options. And I'm not saying there should be like a way to do it. I'm saying there should be like 10 ways to do it.
Yeah.
I'm saying that like, and this is often the case with Sea of Thieves, that you have multiple ways to approach an obstacle or a option of like, well, what's the best way to kill skeletons? I've got a bunch of ways. What's the best way to do this? I've got a bunch of ways. And when it comes to like, okay, go find the boar and kill him, you just do it. It would be nice if the game encouraged some of the other ways. Like if the game is like, okay, well, traps are double good about boars, but you have to be smart to get them to work. Or if you can use stealth, you can trick the boar into going into your traps. Or if you can bait the traps with the right cooking concoction, then you can get the boar. Like they do nothing. They have all of these mechanics that already exist: trapping, stealth, cooking. They don't play into hunting at all. In terms of hunting, it's just, can you find the boar? Yes. All right. Well, just go spam it with your sword until it's dead.
Well, Jeff, I enjoyed this, and now you've turned me against it. You've convinced me it is bad, and I should feel bad for ever liking it.
Well, I'll tell you more, Hyle. I can make it worse, because I think that the fishing voyage, which sucked, and the Meg voyage, which sucked, and then the double boss Megs, which were cool but not necessary. What if they had just put all of their focus into adding more than just hogs, more than just boars, adding a bunch of variety of hunting species to the planet, to the game? Because I always envisioned that the hunter's call would be hunters. They would not just fish at sea, they would hunt at land. And there's a billion frickin' fish, but there's nothing to hunt on land except for maybe you kill a chicken and burn up his chicken drum, or a pig, pork chop. But this update added boars. That's cool, but the update really should have added at least 3 things, maybe 4, maybe region specific. Region specific would be cool. Maybe it doesn't have to be, but it would be neat. What if there were big old boars that you had to fight in one region? Maybe another region had aggressive vultures, because the game doesn't have any enemy that flies. They have no enemies that fly. There's no flying enemies. Have I said that before? There's no flying enemies?
It's come up once or twice in conversation, or even conversation.
It's freaking bullshit that they don't have any flying enemies. So maybe one region might have boars, and one region might have vultures, and one region might have, I don't want to say the word iguanas, but I do want to say the phrase a mess of iguanas. Do you know about a mess of iguanas, Hyle? A mess is a scientific term for an entire pod or squad or squall or grupo of iguanas.
Smack.
Which, when they are, smack, a freaking schoolboy of them. When they're youths, before they're the full adults, I do think go off to be solitary, and that's fine. But growing iguanas will live in a pack of about 100 to more. And how cute would it be to roll up on the beach at, let's say, Shipwreck Bay. I'll say Shipwreck Bay. That's a real one. And there's a localized little mess of iguanas with 42 iguanas, and they're just in a pile writhing. And if you can defeat a writhing pile, you earn the reward. I would love this, a mess of iguanas. Why is not...
look, if there's one thing I love more than squelching, if there's something I like even more than wiggling, it's writhing. You know I'm on board with that.
Yeah, right. You know, my point is there's creative options. You get a pile of iguanas as one threat, then a bunch of flying vultures. Get why don't we have a big cat? I wanna skin a big cat.
Jesus.
Meow.
Well, I think they don't want to add certain animals because it feels worse when you kill them. So, like, that's one reason why, like, they haven't added whales to the game, because so many weirdos out there want to go whaling, and Rare doesn't want to encourage the murder of endangered species.
Well, that's fair. However, you still could have a mess of iguanas.
You could have a mess of iguanas. I mean,
a flying vulture,
very vicious lizard.
When I talk about flying threats, you got the iguanas, but you could have, let's say, a flying sea dragon that launches from sea to air, like a one of those sort of snake-like long lizardy snake that can swim through the ocean, then launch into the air. And then as it's circling your ship, the way to kill it is that you're going to have to harpoon it and then pull it in. And then once it's pulled in, then it's in a vulnerable radius where you can be hit. That'd be fun. Or, another good idea would be giant land crabs that will... You're searching an island and a land crab explodes from the beach, and now you have a land-based giant threat. That would be cute. That would be fun.
Your definition of cute is starting to disturb me just a little bit.
It's just there's so many ideas that can be done, and if you're doing a season that you say we're expanding the Hunter's Call, then you say, well, what did you expand? Well, we've got boars. And we did a fish voyage and a megalodon voyage.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine.
All right. Yeah. Well, okay. You've swayed me. Everything in this season was terrible.
Or good. I might think it's good. Let's move on.
I did have a good time in this season. That's the thing. And I don't know. That could just be the increased Hunter's Call variety and getting to engage with it again.
I don't want to say any of that because I am with you. It was fun and it is all good. I'm only maybe speculating on like the potential ideas. But what we got, we did enjoy quite considerably. Yeah.
Missed opportunity for sure, but it wasn't a miserable time.
No. We're happy to have the expansion progressively, and then the activities we got to do, we enjoyed. So let's move on. I know that we're a full hour and a half already into this. We have to move on. No, Jeff. We're 3 hours and a half into this, and 10 more minutes. Well, listen.
Yes.
Sea of Thieves happened. The game happened. There was a voyage. Let's see what's next. Also in the month of April. Wait, are we in the month of April?
This is. I mean, we're still talking about April. We're in May. What are you talking about, Jeff?
No, we're not in April. No. We have to talk about more in the month of April because during the month of April there were a few other little tits and bitsies. Okay, so first of all, there was the Art of Piracy book, which you can buy.
Came out
in
May,
Art of Piracy.
Yes.
Well, it was announced in April. Fuck, man. I made these show notes chronologically from the announcements. No.
This was actually announced last year, but yes, they re-announced it because they had that target release date of May 20th. Yes, May 20th. Was when it was actually released. How do I know? Because I did a news story about it for DK Vine.
But the art piracy happened, and it came out. You can buy it. I have one, and by the way, guys, I like it. It's, I think it's cool. I like it a lot. It's a big old thick book.
It's a big old art book for the evolving art of the game post-launch, because they had the art book that came out like a week after the game came out. That was all about
It's the only piece of Sea of Thieves merch that I don't have.
Yeah, it didn't stay in print long. That one was published by Dark Horse. This one is Titan, but it shows you all the various arts and some concepts from the game's 7-year window of release content.
But holy shit, we have to move on.
We do.
Because there were a couple of events that happened throughout April during Season 15. The first one was Mega Stashes. Yeah. Mega Stashes was an event where you could go do a skeleton fort, and when you finish it, there is a chance that when you open up the loot vault, you're going to get a huge freaking stash of Ashen Chests of Legends. Chests of Legend is the biggest loot item for the Pirate Legend Athena's Fortune group, right? So when you go on a Pirate Legend voyage, you're going to get a Chest of Legend. The Ashen Chest of Legend is the variation that you get if you do a Pirate Legend voyage in the Devil's Roar.
Yeah.
That is the more difficult volcano-based region. So if you do a voyage there, you get the best version of the treasure. This event said you do any skeleton fort. You do any skeleton fort, you're gonna get a chance that randomly you might get a freaking huge old pile. And I'm talking like 6 or 8 or something. Ashen Chests of Legends, the Hubo Jubos. Not only that, not the Hubo Jubos, but the Trogs and all. You not only that, but what?
There's a mustache. There's a mustache component
but if you did 5 skeleton forts, regardless of whether you got the mega stash, if you just did the forts, you would unlock the mega stash, the elusive special mustache cosmetic.
Yeah.
And we did this, and believe it or not, we did get the mustache, but we did not get no mega stash.
No. It was an event for 420 weekend, and we thought, oh, mega stashes, it's a joke, but it actually had nothing to do with 420. They just decided to call it that because there was a mustache component, the unlockable mustache that you got for doing this.
I mean, I think that's plenty of a component, but I just think that we didn't win. We got
the mustache though.
We got the mustache. That's all that matters. We didn't care. We tried to get the mustache, and then we did have gotten the mustache, and then we did have it. And, I never experienced what it is like to open up that vault and get the mega, like, oh my god, there's a bunch of Ashen Chests of Legends. But on the other hand, if I had, how freaky would that have been? We would have been so nervous to get robbed or killed.
Yeah, because we were getting robbed and killed during that entire
We did
stream.
Get robbed and killed like a couple times. Yeah. Sometimes there was robbing and killing happening.
Yeah. So at least they can't take our mustache from us.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
All right. Well, then there was another event, the Festival of Fishing event, which was
Festival of Fishing came back. They've done this in the past. This time it had 2 limited voyages. There was the Hunter's Rare Fishing Map, which gave you 3 times the whirling whirlpools off the islands. And
it was just a fishing map that said go to an island, but instead there were like 3 spots.
Yeah, whoopity-doo. It just more busy work, but the one I really liked was the Merrick's Recipe Request voyage. And this is actually more in line with your chum bucket pitch, Jeff, because
It kind of is.
it kind of is. Because you had a list of very specific ingredients from across the Sea of Thieves, and you had to gather all that up and sell it to the hunters. And every time you sold one, like, and it would be specific. It would be like, here's a fish, but it has to be burned. Or here's a fish and it has to be raw. And something thereabouts. And as soon as you sold it to a hunter's rep, it would get checked off your list.
I loved this. In fact, you know what? It was a little different than anything, which I think is part of one of its biggest strengths, because maybe the other stuff that they've done didn't feel different enough. But the big thing was that it gave us this option to like look at the list and then chart a path. We kind of like charted a plan of being like, okay, we have this list of stuff we have to do. So we're going to need to go to the Shores of Plenty to get some plentifins, but we're also going to need some pondies. So where in the Shores of Plenty can we get pondies while we're there? And then we're going to need this. So let's do that. And then it kind of gave you this way to game plan the path and say, all right, well, let's go here. We'll fish while we're on our way to here. And then when we get there, we'll fish for this. Then once we've got that, we're going to fish to there. And while we're fish there, we'll continue fishing for the other thing. And it was awesome. I mean, I loved it. It gives you a feeling that you maybe rarely can stumble upon on your own time when you're fishing or when you're playing, of being like, well, let's go from here to there and let's do this on our way. And then when we get there, we'll do this. But the voyage just sort of created that automatically.
Yeah.
And it was awesome. And anyway, what I'll say is I wish that was one of the main voyages. That was a limited time event.
Yeah.
It happened for a week or 2 weeks. That thing could be the main Hunter's Call voyage instead of the dumbass fishing voyage there.
Treasured fish, yeah.
Fish voyage.
I hope they got some good feedback on it and that they're going to actually implement it full time, because, yeah, it's a shame you can't just do it in the game as it currently exists, because it was probably one of the most clever things they added the entire season, and it was just there for 2 weeks.
Yeah, like how does the limited time team that has zero resources has to come up with something for us, and they come up with this, but then the team that just spent 3 months or whatever making the main event has to come up with something real. All right, now I feel like I'm being insulting. If you're listening to this, you're gonna be insulted. There's nothing I can do about it. But I think that the limited time team came up with a great idea, and then the other team came up with I don't know.
Yeah, I think somebody
not ideal.
deserves a promotion. I think somebody deserves a little bit of a raise, maybe.
A little crispy bacon. It doesn't make any sense. It's not an appropriate reference. Doesn't make any sense for the situation. Freaking Wilbur. All right. So, we could move on.
Jeff,
feel like I've run out of points.
You have run out of points, but it's okay because we have 3 calls, believe it or not.
We have 3 calls. Well, before we hit the calls, I'll give you one final.
Okay.
Not final thoughts on this, but a final. Is there any? The idea of expanding the Hunter's Call. I didn't put this in the show notes, but the idea of expanding the Hunter's Call invokes so much imagination. We've thought about it for years. What more can you do with fishing? What more can you do with hunting? Is there an idea you had specifically that you would have liked to see, or inspired by what they have done, something you would have liked to see? Is there anything before we hit these calls?
Ambient monkeys. That's it. I'm a simple person to please. I know what I like.
I like that. Well, that's it. Ambient monkeys.
That's it. What can I say? I like my monkeys. I do. I do.
He does. He does. All right. Well, you know what? Fuck it. Let's hit the calls. We've got only 3. And Hyle, you know what? I tell you what. My audience on the Kongversation audio podcast, they keep believing, they keep assuming that I don't like the calls.
That's true.
I do like the calls, but what I don't like is I don't like that the Kongversation podcast is sometimes they allow the calls to go so long. They allow the people to call in and go to multiple calls, etc. So, I think that the calls should be, let's say, 90 seconds or less, maybe.
Jeff, I've got great news for you then.
What? Tell me. What news do you have?
All 3 calls are under 90 seconds long.
What? They're under 90 seconds now. But is it one 3-part call, or is it 3 individual calls? What the?
3 individual people, because they know what
3
you
people?
like, Jeff. They know what you like.
3 people called. They each kept their call under 90 seconds. They didn't do multiple calls, and that's all we have is 3 under 90-second calls.
You got it.
Well, then let's fucking listen to those, because I am so excited. In fact, I love callers when they have fit this criteria. Let's do it.
All right, first call.
Hey, this is Crawlmax calling in for the conversation on Season 15 of Sea of Thieves. And I'm very much an outsider to Sea of Thieves, so I can't talk too much about this season specifically, except to say that, Ancient Megalodon, that sounds pretty cool. There's like bigger and meaner sharks. But I do want to take the opportunity to ask 2 sort of questions about Sea of Thieves. One sort of historical that people who have been into the game since the start maybe answer, and one more about your general outlook on these kinds of games. So first of all, I'm I wonder why seasons are maybe as flexible as they are. They tend to last a handful of months generally, but some seasons are significantly longer than others. So if there's any interesting reason why Season 9 was from March to October of 2023, which is far longer than normal, that I'd be interested to hear. I'm also curious how much you like this, the idea of seasonal updates for a game on its own terms. Let's assume that this is it's a huge departure from what Rare normally does. But let's assume that if Rare kept making very individualized experiences without this long seasonal thing, that they would be equally successful. So regardless of what you want to see Rare succeed as a studio, do you prefer these sorts of seasonal games, or do you like the more traditional one and done sorts of experiences? Thank you for taking the call.
Well, thank you for the call. Jeff? To the first point, why are some seasons so damn long and other seasons are just a blink of the eye?
Good question. Well, I think that the extraordinarily long seasons are certainly exceptions. Season 9, I cannot remember another example, but Season 9 is certainly the outlier. That's the one that's brought up in the call. That season is just an outlier. I mean, that season was okay, we launched, we had some what's that phrase? Oh man, I'm trying to think of the phrase. What do you call the thing that's a small updates that make your life better?
Quality of life.
Quality of life. Season 9 launched with some quality of life updates and not any major marquee features. There was a adventure and then a long period, a couple of months of nothing. And then sort of, honestly, really, people who look back on the history of Sea of Thieves, you really have to look back on season 9 as like 3 months of its own thing, and then 3 months of, well, we're gonna launch the Monkey Island Tall Tales, and we weren't ready to launch everything. Like, there's a 3-month period of that season, and then a 3-month period of the Monkey Island Tall Tales, and we say that those are part of season 9, but it's really, people are like, well, why was season 9 6 months long? It's really like, no, well, there was season 9, and then there was the Monkey Island Tall Tales, and then there was season 10. It's kind of, that's how the way it was, in a way. But, with regards to the caller and the question, some seasons go a little longer. None of them go significantly longer without a really big asterisk. Season 9 was one of them. The Monkey Island Tall Tales was a really big asterisk that season 10 took a long time for them to come out with, but you had Monkey Island in the way. The rest of the time, 3 months is the norm, and maybe 6 weeks is the minimum. I can't remember anything that really pushed it further than that. What was the other questions on the call, Hyle?
If we prefer the seasonal method,
okay,
versus I don't know, getting it all done. Was it done in one?
Well, I'll say this: a lot of people will sometimes look at a game and they'll say, "Well, that game should have not had DLC. It should have been one game and done." And sometimes that is fair and cool. Sometimes they'll look at a game that had a pretty substantial DLC, and then they'll say, well, that DLC should have been in the base game. That's bullshit. Well, okay. Maybe you feel ripped off that there was a DLC that was more, but oftentimes the way that that game is budgeted out and planned out, they are planning that to be that way, so it never ever would have been the case that DLC could have been in your base game. They're not trying to rip you off. They're not trying to cordon off content to charge you more and saying, well, okay, we're going to make half of a game and then we're going to charge you for the full game later. That's not usually how game development works. It just happens to be the case that with the way game development is, that extra content that you think should have been in the base game, if it had to be in the base game, it never would have been made. If it couldn't have been additional, it never would have been made.
Right.
That's the reason that it was additional, is that it just had to be that way.
Yeah. And also, Sea of Thieves is a living game, and these are all free updates to the game.
Yeah. That's pretty
there is of course like Pirate Emporium, like cosmetics you can buy with real money, but it's never anything that actually influences the game itself as far as making you better at it, or there's content you can only experience if you put up extra money. It's all just little flourishes you can use as like here's a special pet I've got, here's a little outfit I'm wearing, or special kind of ship set, stuff like that.
Well, and you know what? And I'll say it to the spirit of the question. What do I prefer? They come out with a game called Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. It is one adventure I can play, and it's one and done forever. Like, it's locked in. I've got that game, and I've got all the content, and I know what it is, and I can play it. That is awesome. That is how games used to be made, and that's fun. That's cool. You have a game, it releases. Obviously, maybe they patched it. Maybe they updated it a little or something. But it is one adventure. It is one content. It is one game. That's great. But Sea of Thieves comes out. That's an online experience that you're going to play with friends, and they're going to add new events. They're going to add new tools over time. It's a living game. That is also really fun and exciting to experience. And if the question is, do I prefer this or do I prefer that? I really don't know how to answer it because they're so different.
Yeah. Like,
I want to have both in my life. I want to have a single player game and I want to have a living game.
in the future, it would be really nice and cool to have another Rare game that's maybe one and done, like as is at release with maybe minimal DLC. But I'm appreciative of having Sea of Thieves in my life. I don't know how much bandwidth I would have for another one, like when Everwild finally comes out. It's just like, oh, can I really juggle this one as well? But for the time being, yeah, I like Sea of Thieves. I like that it's been a constant part of my life for over 7 years now. But it doesn't decrease my appetite for something like Donkey Kong Bonanza, nor will Donkey Kong Bonanza make me wish Sea of Thieves would just end already. You know? I
think you only have so much brain for the ongoing game.
Yeah.
If you have a game if there's a game you want to play every week, there's only so many games that can live in that. And Hyle, I mean, you've been playing Mario Kart Tour for a long time. In addition to other games that you play, that's a game that you play ongoing.
Yes.
Right? So unlike, I would say, Mario Kart 8, which is a game that you play as an event. I have people over to my house. I play Mario Kart 8. But Mario Kart Tour is like a thing you pick up and play maybe every day or every week. You or me or anyone, a gamer, you only have so much bandwidth in your life for games that work that way. I cannot play 10 different games every week that have a weekly event, that have a weekly investment, that have a seasonal progress. I cannot devote my life to 10 different things like that. But I've got Sea of Thieves, and for me, that's my one. For a while, I had Mario Kart Tour. I'm not playing that anymore. But those things are fun to have. Obviously, you cannot have too many of them. But at the same time, you want to have other games that are just not anything like that. You want to have games that are like, oh, this is a game that is 10 hours long and then you're done.
Yeah.
Or you want to have those finite story experiences. Those are different. Neither of those experiences are better or worse. They're just very different.
Right. Agreed.
Yeah.
All right.
Mario Kart Tour.
Thank you, Mario Kart Tour. Thank you for the call. Let's go ahead and take our second.
So I went on an early morning hike today and accidentally wound up hiking right into the Sea of Thieves, which I thought was the perfect excuse to talk about the new epic fishing faction you can join in the Silly Pirate game made by British people. It's great. I like it. It's my favorite faction by far. I like going out and fishing. Sea of Thieves is a game, I think it's at its strongest when very little is going on. The game, I think, can be very relaxing, just kind of sailing around and doing menial tasks. Like, the game is fun to me in the same way that a game like Euro Truck Simulator would be fun to me. Where it's just a chill game about the vibes. Like, I don't care about the combat. I think the combat is always fun to me. And the new fishing friends that you can join, that you can ally yourself with to wave their flag, the fishing flag, is outstanding. It's fun. I like to just hop in the game, fish for an hour, turn in my fish, and then log out of the game. It's fun. It's entertaining. That is what the SV Westwater was built to do, and that is what I do, and it is fun, and I like it, and I'm glad Rare included it into their video game that I can purchase with money.
Well, thank you for the call. That was Porygon Q, by the way. Hello.
Hey,
yeah, they were hiking today, and they stumbled across an old-timey sailing ship with 3 sails out on the water. And that was what they were referencing. But no, I completely agree. Like, even with our faults with the voyages and the implementations of it this season, I really like the variety and that there's something for everyone's speed in Sea of Thieves. I mean, it's Greg Mail's underlying philosophy behind the game at its outset, the wheel of emotion, that you should be able to feel a little bit of everything at various points while you're playing the game. And I think having the Hunter's Call in there helps strike that balance when everything could just be PvP oriented, or, Reapers do this and Reapers do that, which, season 16. But yeah, complete agreement.
Nope, absolutely. I have nothing more to say. I totally agree.
All right. Well, one more call, Jeff. How you feeling about that?
One more call. I'm feeling great. You know what? I've always said that I like the podcast, but I love the calls.
Yeah.
So let's do one more.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, Hyle and Jeff, Sylvie here. Sea of Thieves has been going for a long while now, and I know it still has a pretty healthy player base, and it's on multiple platforms, so this won't likely happen anytime soon, but preserving live service games is a pretty hot topic, so I just wanted to ask, when the Sea of Thieves does eventually have an end of service, do you have any ideas for how you'd want it to still be accessible? Like single player only, or offline split screen, or like privately hosted servers or something like that? How could you see some of the content and game systems being adapted to account for this? I only have so much time to dedicate to a live service multiplayer game at this point, so I'd appreciate having a fully offline experience in the future. And that's all. Thanks, and looking forward to the release of DK Bonanza for its Kongversation. All right, see ya.
Well, thanks for the call. It kind of touches upon something we addressed a little bit earlier, like the potential end of Sea of Thieves on one dark day. And, I think we've all talked about this since the game launched. Like, what would it look like as an offline game? Such a thing isn't really possible at this stage, but could you build towards that? Could there be an offline version one day? I don't know. I hope so. I hope so.
I've put a lot of thought into it, and so there's a lot I would want to happen between now and then to prepare for it. I would hope that they would put at least a year, at least like 3 or 4 seasons of the game would be building up towards the quote unquote end of Sea of Thieves, and they wouldn't market it that way. They wouldn't call it the end of Sea of Thieves, but the functionality of it would be that we're working towards a end game where the game servers are hosted offline or like personal servers. They're not hosted on Rare's end. A lot of what you play in Sea of Thieves is hosted on the cloud, and if you had player servers that instead, that would be necessary for the future. So you've got to work towards that, which would be a massive technological undertaking. On top of that, what else? You work towards the servers being privately hosted. You would have one thing I would like, or I would love for them to do, is that even when the game goes off of the off of online in the major way, once it becomes privately hosted, I would still want player to player matchmaking online. So it's still an online game. It's still an online game. It's just not hosted by a central server. It's just hosted by player matchmaking. But then another big thing would be what was I going to say? Well, maybe I lost it. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh, I was going to say so once they are definitely not updating the game any longer, I would like for them to incorporate into the natural flow of the game. It's like something that is, it's not something that comes from online, but something that is built into the game is a calendar of scheduled events.
Yeah.
That it cycles through every year. So even though the game is now roughly offline, every Halloween, the outposts remember to put in the gourds and spooky cobwebs.
Yeah, important.
But it's not just that. It would be like they would really have like a detailed calendar of things that would occur throughout the year of the game as you play it. Obviously, I mean, you know what? This is not new. This is not new to Sea of Thieves. This is, fucking, you go back, like freaking Animal Crossing was all the way back on the N64. Was it called Animal Forest, not Animal Crossing, but Animal Crossing. You've got a calendar in your freaking GameCube that knows when you live. and your freaking GameCube knows when to put a pumpkin into Animal Crossing, okay?
Right.
Like, it knows. Like, we're 25 years removed from that. Do that. I want them to, one, find a way to, for any of the services or content that is required for Sea of Thieves, find a way to make that privately hosted so it's not all hosted on the Microsoft's rare end. Two, I want them to make it so that there's still a way to host online matches with friends or people so that it's not all offline. Three, I want them to make it so that even if you're entirely offline or not, you are experiencing a calendar of in-game events. Those events being, boost weekends and Halloween taverns and freaking special limited time voyage and all of that just cycles through the year.
Mm-hmm.
For forever. They come up with a calendar that is going to repeat forever. Come up with that calendar, whatever that calendar is. And I want to see the whole calendar. I want to see the Festival of the Damned and the Festival of Plenty and the Festival of Giving and the Lunar Festival.
Grogmanet. Bring back Grogmanet.
Grogmanet and the Lunar Festival and the whole freaking shit. Bring it all back. Create a repeated in-game calendar that lasts forever now that the game is roughly offline.
Yeah.
And whatever in-game mechanics have to be adapted to the new format, adapt them.
Sure.
On top of that, I mean, Hyle, I know that you agree with everything I've just said, but the last thing I'll say is more lofty, is that before you do all that, or maybe at the same time that you would do all that, I would love to have just a blast of one final huge blowout story finale.
Mm-hmm.
If you could do 5 tall tales or even 1 tall tale, I mean, ideally it would be 100 tall tales, but maybe, maybe it could be 1, maybe it could be 3, maybe it could be 5, maybe it could be 7. But if you could just, if the whole thing was like, we are now planning the end of Sea of Thieves, we're planning how to format all of these servers, we're planning how to figure out the final online components, and we're figuring out all the stuff, and we have an end date where Sea of Thieves will go only into private servers at this date, and it will be over, and that will be the end. We will no longer update the game. That will be it. If that was what they were doing, I would also hope that in the same breath, they would be saying, and at that time, we have 3 tall tales to finish the story of Flameheart or whatever.
Dark Brethren, yeah. Wrap it all up.
Something that puts a bow on it. It doesn't have to wrap it all up. It doesn't have to put a bow on every many thread, but it would just put a bow on the main threads.
The stuff that couldn't be continued in your own personal adventures.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, agreed.
That's what I would want.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would hope they would build to that. I think the game has been successful enough. I think it's left a lasting enough legacy to warrant that. But you know what, Jeff? You know what?
What? What, Hyle? What?
That's the end of Sea of Thieves, and we don't have to worry about that for a good long while. But, unfortunately, that is the end of this episode of The Kongversation.
What the fuck?
Also, The End was a British psychedelic band from 1965 to 1970.
Holy shit.
They did not have a song in Donkey Konga.
Not yet.
This has been a File 2 production.
Unfortunately, I'm going to be coherent for this one. Sorry, wrong. The Hubo Jubos. Freaking Wilbur. All right. So, wait, are we in the month of April?